Namaskar, good morning, good day. This is Suraj Singh speaking from Bharat, India. This is 15th June 15, 2020, another day of life, another day of critical timings of COVID-19 and talks continues on management in civil engineering, construction, contracts, quality and various related issues as usual to all my friends all over the world and also particularly those in Bharat, India. Very important issue regarding management, which management we have so far failed to understand in reality. The new concept of this management in construction engineering, civil, that management has to be understood in its entirety, not in superficiality. In fact, we miss something when we don't value ourselves. Self-understanding, self-evaluation is very important in current time. There was a time when we used to say self-praise is no recommendation. But it's not self-praise, it is self-evaluation. Self-evaluation is not self-praise. Just to see what you are doing, how is good, how is bad, what part is good, what part is bad, that's very important to understand. To know yourself is very important. We start with COVID in few minutes. For few minutes we take just to review what is happening. It's moving very fast. To be very frank, one should not run away from this statement that it is very successful. COVID-19 is very successful and God is working its way. We should straight away say now because it's beyond human control. Humanity has failed in presence of COVID and humanity has proved to be very small in its scale of performance. COVID, what should I say, maybe call it a devil or what, I don't know, but it is something which is very, without which now nothing is possible. We have to accept this fact that COVID is a part of our life. It's become a part of life and we have to accept this fact that we have failed. We have failed, all countries have failed, approximately all countries. I have seen some news, there are few small countries, small, very small, tiny nations where it is a fact, but that is ignorable. For example, the North Korea, but that's not a reliable fact. Something is there with smaller nations are there, and Turkmenistan or something means those facts can't be included in our talks. We just take total count of them, it's very small population. China, where its blame started again, Beijing is in grip of COVID. So you cannot say that we have won over it. We have not yet won over just 0.5% on this, not at all. It's gradually winning over us. And winning, what winning means, unknown entity. We cannot say that we can even encounter it. We can't even encounter it. Yes, of course, so protection we have to take and we must take that protective measure, but those protective measures are also not very clear to public. Public is little confused as RC people, and they just wear masks for sake of wearing, but they don't know how to wear. His nostrils are exposed and lips are closed. There is no meaning of mask. You are not hearing any glasses. There is no meaning of protection. If you want to take protection or you want to show protection, there is a difference. Take protection or show protection. It's something like that. You look busy and do nothing. People do like that, and see some people don't look busy, but they do. That's what we say. Protection. If you want to take properly. And particularly, I'm finding in my country. I don't know about other countries because humanity is same all over, and there is a psychological impact by this or citizen of the world in all countries that Anxiety existed. What has happened? How our lives have been changed? What happened just in couple of months that shaking hands is now remotest, and sitting beside or adjacent to each other is remotest. Now what a great change, you see. You can't shake hand with others. You can just sit adjacent to each other. So it's a great change. You cannot talk too close to each other. You cannot whisper to others. It's that kind of change. You can say it's a master change, just like a master stroke. It's a master change that you have to keep off others all times, even in your home or outside home. Such a drastic change has changed conduct of humanity. People are psychologically impacted upon what to do, how to behave. Children don't understand, adults don't understand, and of course, seniors are off track. So what I want to say is such a impact of change. I would say impact is not gradual. Impact in a couple of months, everything has changed. You cannot trust what you are doing. You cannot trust who is patient, who is not. Degree of trust has gone. Maybe to whom you are talking is a patient. I cannot say, you cannot say. So life is full of impacts and dangers, and they shall continue. It's not going to end tomorrow. Nobody knows how long it shall work, because people say, everybody says that there is delay in God's home, in God's court. There is a delay, but justice is delivered. So that's what is done. And one more fact has come out due to COVID-19. That's all countries in world are economically hollow vessels. They are not solid economy of whatever country we talk of. We talk of US, we talk of Europe, we talk of Gulf, we talk of wherever you go and see. Every country is hollow in economy, in money power. It is fact that within 2 months or 3 months, they have started intensively thinking of how to recoup, how to reinstate economy. Economy is sitting on heads of all political leaders and hearts of society. Jobs have gone, unemployment has spread, and there is no solution to that. Not in thousands, in millions and millions and millions, all over countries, all over the world, jobs have been lost, and it's not easy to re-grip that. That's what COVID tells. So without jobs, life has become very difficult, and jobs and economy are factors that govern our physical entity of world, not a spiritual entity. But that power which is against us, who is attacking us, is not physical, rather it is spiritual. To be very frank, I can say that. I should not talk of spirituality, but fact remains, when we have no other option, we have to rely upon God's power, unknown power, because that unknown power resides in everybody. It's in myself and yourself. Everybody is dependent on that power, because that unknown power is runner of our life. It's not this physical body that's runner of life. It's unknown power. We have limited knowledge. We may be in whatever profession, engineer, doctor, whatever we are, we have all limited knowledge. We don't have total knowledge of universe. And that's the problem. We think that we are everything, but God stops us from thinking that way. You are nothing, my children. I am there. You are top father, and you have to understand what I am saying. But we really understand that because we are human beings. थोड़ा हिंदी में बता देता हूँ, कभी कभी होना चाहिए, कुछ लोगों को समझ आ जाए। शायद पर्पस मेरा ये नहीं है, लेकिन भारत में, पाकिस्तान में और कुछ देशों में उर्दू हिंदी बोलते हैं लोग, अरब में भी काफ़ी लोग बोलते हैं, तो थोड़ा हिंदी में 5-7 मिनट बात कर ले तो अच्छा रहता है। कोविड-19 जिसने एक ऐसा थप्पड़ मारा पूरी दुनिया को, ऐसी लात मारी पूरी दुनिया को, लेकिन हम जानते नहीं वो क्या है। वो किस बला का नाम है, वो कौन है, कहाँ से आया है, क्या है, वो चाहता क्या है, ये हम जानते नहीं, अभी तक समझे नहीं। 6 महीने के करीब हो चुके हैं इस बात को चलते हुए। ये कोविड-19 का मतलब क्या है, ये क्या है, क्यों आया है, क्या करना है इसको। लेकिन बात समझ आती है, जब इंसान कुछ नहीं कर पाता है, इंसान हर तरफ फेल हो जाता है, उसकी नानी याद आ जाती है, तो वो कुछ नहीं जानता, वो जानता है भाई मैं क्या करूँ, ऊपर वाले की मर्जी। आखिर चाहे वो पढ़ा लिखा हो, अनपढ़ हो, कोई भी हो, अंत में ऊपर वाले की मर्जी पे आगे खड़ा हो जाता है। जब ऐसी स्थिति आ जाए ऊपर वाले की मर्जी, तो भाई ऊपर वाले की मर्जी ही चलने दो। आखिर ऊपर वाले को क्या मज़ा आ रहा होगा कि उसने ये आपको भेजा है? उसको कोई मज़ा नहीं आ रहा। वो आपको बताना चाहता है कि अपने सही लेवल में रहिए, मैं जो चाहे मैं करूँगा, मेरी मर्ज़ी है, मेरी दुनिया है, मेरी ज़मीन है, मेरा सोरबंदर है, मैं जैसे चाहूँगा आपको रखूँगा, आप ज़्यादा बनिए मत। यहीं पे आके बात रुक जाती है कि आप ज़्यादा बनिए मत, क्योंकि हम बनते बहुत हैं, हम अपने आप को समझते बहुत हैं कि हम ही हैं दुनिया के मालिक और कोई नहीं। और जब ये मालिकाना हक हम जमाने लगते हैं, तो वो जो सबसे बड़ा मालिक है वो सामने आके खड़ा हो जाता है। इंसान ने इंसान को इतना मारा आज तक, इसके हाथ में शक्ति ज़्यादा है, छोटे को मारा, आज भी मार रहा है। शायद इंसान भूल जाता है कि वो अपने आप में कुछ नहीं है। वो इंसान मानव भूल जाता है कि उसकी अपनी कोई औकात नहीं है, वो किसी शक्ति के सहारे चल रहा है, वो शक्ति उसको चला रही है और वो शक्ति उसको भी चला रही है। जो वो छोटा है जिसको आप मार रहे हैं, दोनों की शक्ति का मालिक एक है, लेकिन आप अपने आप को ज़्यादा समझने लगते हैं और वो छोटा उसको ज़्यादा कम समझने लगते हैं कि मार दो, कुचल दो इसको। आज वही तो हो रहा है। अगर आप आज देखें क्या हो रहा है विश्व में, अमेरिका हो, इंग्लैंड हो, कनाडा हो, कोई और यूरोप की कंट्री हो, क्या हो रहा है अपना? अरे वहाँ भी काला घोड़ा चल रहा है। घोड़ा समझता है मैं ऊंचा हूँ, काला समझता है मुझको मार रहा है, इसको मैं मारूंगा। कितने लोगों की मैंने लिस्ट देखी कि कालों को मारा गया, घोरों ने मारा। तो भाई वो दुनिया कौन सी है कि आप गोरा काला बना दिया? भगवान ने दोनों रंग एक से बनाए हैं। काला भी होता है, रात होती है, गोरा होता है, दिन होता है। तो भगवान कहता है एक के बाद एक आएगा, दोनों की पावर बराबर है। लेकिन नहीं, आप नहीं समझेंगे, क्योंकि आप स्वयं को ऊंचा मान चुके हैं, दूसरे को नीचा मान चुके हैं। और यही झगड़े की जड़ है दुनिया में, पूरे विश्व में यही झगड़े की जड़ है। कोई किसी की ज़मीन छीनना चाहता है, कोई अपने को लाट साहब समझना चाहता है कि मैं हूँ, मैं एनेक्स कर दूंगा तुम्हारी ज़मीन। अरे तुम्हारी औकात क्या है? वो भूल जाता है कि ज़मीन न तुम्हारी है न ज़मीन उसकी है। ज़मीन का मालिक एक है और वह है वो जिसने ज़मीन बनाई है। तुम कुछ नहीं हो, पानी के बुलबुले तुमसे अच्छे हैं। एक दूसरे की ज़मीन हड़प लो, कागजों में हड़प लो, वैसे हड़प लो, थोड़ी मार दो, मारो तो ज़मीन मेरे नाम कर लूँगा। जब ऐसी हालात दुनिया में हो जाए, एक दूसरे को मारने में, मारना कोई वैल्यू नहीं, ज़मीन वैल्यू है। जब ऐसी हालत आ जाए तो भगवान को नीचे आना ही पड़ता है, चाहे वो कोविड के रूप में आए या वो किसी भी रूप में आए, आता है वो। अमेरिका समझता है मैं सब कुछ हूँ। अरे होंगे, आप अपने घर में बैठिए, मैं कुछ भी कर सकता हूँ, मेरा ही ऑर्डर सब चलता है। ऐसे इंसान जब ज़मीन में पैदा हो जाते हैं, उसे रावण से कम नहीं कहा जा सकता। आज की तारीख में ट्रंप भी एक मॉडर्न रावण है और हमारे देश में तो बहुत से रावण हैं। रावण एक सिंबल। आज ट्रंप अपने को रावण समझता है कि जो हूँ मैं हूँ। वो भूल जाता है कि वो अपने आप में कुछ नहीं है। पब्लिक ने उसको वोट दिया है तो वो कुछ बना है। वो ये भूल जाता है कि भगवान ने चाहा तो वो बना है, उसकी अपनी कोई औकात नहीं है। अपनी औकात जब आदमी भूल जाता है, वो अपने को बहुत ऊंचा समझने लगता है, तो उसका अंत ऐसे ही होता है। मक्खी मच्छर आते हैं, कोरोना आते हैं, आदमी को मार के चले जाते हैं और आप ढूंढते रह जाते हैं कहाँ चला गया, कहाँ चला गया। आया है, काम कर रहा है, उसको जो काम मिला है वो करके जाएगा, आप जो मर्जी करते रहिए। यही शक्ति है भगवान की, यही शक्ति है ऊपर वाले की। इस शक्ति को जब आप समझ जाएंगे तो आप सही व्यक्ति बन जाएंगे। जब तक आप नहीं समझेंगे तो आप यही समझेंगे कि मेरे बाप की दुनिया है, मेरी दुनिया है, जो चाहे करूँ। और यही घमंड जब तक आपके दिमाग में रहेगा, आप जानवर रहेंगे, आप इंसान मानव बन नहीं सकते। आप किसी भी पद पर क्यों ना बैठे हों, आप चाहे अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति हो या भारत के प्रधानमंत्री हो, आपकी कोई औकात नहीं है। आप समझते रहिए अपने औकात, क्योंकि इस दुनिया का जो स्वामी है हम में से कोई नहीं है। इस दुनिया के जितने नागरिक हैं सब इस दुनिया के स्वामी हैं, और उसका मतलब भगवान स्वामी है। धर्म वर्म को छोड़ दीजिए, एक तरफ रखिए, धर्म से कुछ नहीं होता है। कोई किसी धर्म में ना लेके आया है ना लेके जाएगा। किसी धर्म में आप नहीं आए और किसी धर्म में आप नहीं जाएंगे। आप मानव बन के आए और मानव की लाश यहाँ रह जाएगी और आपकी आत्मा चली जाएगी। इतनी सी बात जब समझ नहीं आती तो क्या कहेंगे हम। कुत्ता भी शायद इतनी बात समझ लेगा, बिल्ली भी इतनी बात समझ लेगी, लेकिन मानव इतना ऊंचा है कि वो नीचे देख नहीं सकता। उसको जमीन दिखाई नहीं देती, उसको आसमान दिखाई देता है। और जब आसमान की तरफ देखते हो तो आपको कुछ मिलने वाला नहीं है, क्योंकि आप उड़ के वहाँ जा नहीं सकते जहाँ आपको पहुँचना है। बातें आप चांद सितारे की करते रहिए, लेकिन आप वहाँ पहुँच नहीं सकते, इसलिए आप कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे। कल्पना के अलावा, और कल्पना से दुनिया नहीं चलती है, दुनिया चलती है वास्तविकता से। इसलिए होश में आ जाओ दुनिया वालों। जब तक आप न्याय करते रहेंगे, एक दूसरे को मारते रहेंगे, चाहे कोई किसी को मारे, मुझे उसकी बात नहीं कर रही है। चाहे इजराइल वाला फिलिस्तीनियों को मारे, कश्मीरियों को मारा जाए या कश्मीरी किसी को मारे, आप कहीं भी दुनिया में तंग हो जाए, ईरान को कोई धमकी दे, किसी और देश को धमकी दे, बात बात पे धमकी दे, हम तुम्हारा ये कर देंगे, तुमने हमारी बात नहीं मानी, ये दादागिरी नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी, कभी नहीं चलेगी। कुछ दिन तो आप चला सकते हैं, लेकिन एक दिन आप अपने आप गिर जाएंगे। काला है इसको मार दो, ये गोरे को हक किसने दिया? गोरे ने अपने आप ही हक ले लिया, मार दो इसको। मैं हिंदू, मैं मुसलमान हूं, इसी बात का झगड़ा करते रहिए, करते रहिए। कौमी फिर आएगा, किसी और नाम से आएगा और आपको कूट के जाएगा, आप क्या कर लेंगे? वही अमेरिका है जो कभी कहता था मेरे एक भी नागरिक मरेगा तो मैं ठीक कर दूंगा। अरे अब तो तेरे लाखों नागरिक मर के क्या कर लिया तुमने? क्या कर लेंगे आप? ये भगवान की मार है, और भगवान ना अमेरिका देखता है, ना पाकिस्तान देखता है, ना बांग्लादेश देखता है, और ना अमेरिका काला गोरा देखता है। ना भगवान काला गोरा देखता है, ना आदमी औरत देखता है। भगवान तो कर्म देखता है। आपका कर्म जैसा है आपको फल तो मिलेगा। आप समझते रहिए, हिंदू बनते रहिए, चिल्लाते रहिए, आप मुसलमान बनते रहिए, चिल्लाते रहिए, किसी फर्क पड़ने वाला नहीं है उससे। भगवान की सेहत पर फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा कि भगवान ने आपके वर्क को देखना है, आपके कर्म को देखना है, आपकी बाकी बकवास को नहीं देखना है। आप किसी भी मार्ग को लेके बैठे रहिए, उससे उसकी सेहत पे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, उससे फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। आप राम का मंदिर बनवाएं ना बनवाएं, राम की सेहत पे फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। राम को मंदिर की आवश्यकता नहीं है, राम को अपने मानव की आवश्यकता है। उस मानव को सही रख लेंगे आप, दूसरा मानव तो ठीक है, नहीं तो उस मंदिर का भी कोई फायदा नहीं है। आप बनाते रहिए, राम को मंदिर की जरूरत नहीं है, पूरा विश्व उसका मंदिर है, पूरा सौरमंडल, पूरा ब्रह्मांड उसका मंदिर है। इस मंदिर का वो क्या करेगा? इसमें तो शायद आ भी नहीं पाएगा वो। और ये बात खाली राम पे नहीं, सब पे लागू होती है। हम तुम्हारी जमीन एनेक्स कर लेंगे, हम ये कर लेंगे, हम वो कर लेंगे। अरे भूल जाइए, कोरोना ने एक अटैक कर दिया तो आप चल देंगे। इस बात को आप अभी बता रहा है, लाइव बता रहा है, आपको समझ नहीं आ रहा है। आप कब समझेंगे? मेरी समझ नहीं आ रहा है। इतना नीच हरकत पे आ गया है मानव आज की तारीख में, इतना लेवल पे गिर गया है कि वो अपना समझता नहीं कि वो मानव है या कुत्ता बिल्ली है। वो बात समझ नहीं आती। उस लेवल पे आ गया है कि कुत्ता भौंकता भौंकता कार के पीछे जाता है, और जब कार पे पहुंच जाता है तो उसको समझ नहीं आता है मैं क्या करूं। आज वही हालत हम लोगों की हो गई है। बड़े उछलते हैं हम, हमारी जीडीपी इतनी है, हमारा इतना है, सारी दुनिया उछलती है। क्या करोगे इस जीडीपी पे जब रहोगे ही नहीं तो? क्या करोगे जब आप रहेंगे नहीं? जमीन पे आपको रहने नहीं देगा वो। तो आपने तोड़ फोड़ दी सब आके दुनिया में, सब तोड़ा आपने, बनाया तो कुछ है नहीं। आपने विकास के नाम पे सब तोड़ दिया, सब खत्म कर दिया आपने। रेन का सिस्टम खत्म कर दिया, जो सस्टेनेबिलिटी आपने खत्म कर दी कि आदमी मानव कैसे बैलेंस में खत्म कर दिया। ग्रीन हाउस इफेक्ट बोल देते हैं, कर दिया आपने क्रिएट। खाना आपने मिलावट का कर दिया, हवा आपने मिलावट की कर दी, पानी आपने मिलावट का कर दिया। तो इन मिलावटों का रिजल्ट कोरोना ही होता है। जब तक ये आप हटेंगे नहीं, यहाँ से सही नहीं होंगे, अपने आप को संभालेंगे नहीं, तो ये कोरोना ही कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड है, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड कोरोना है, इथेन मीथेन कोरोना, सब कोरोना है। आपकी गंदी सांसें कोरोना है, आपकी गंदे विचार कोरोना है, आपकी बेईमानी कोरोना है, आपको एक दूसरे को लूटने की आदत कोरोना है, आपको एक दूसरे का सामान छीनने की जो आदत है वो कोरोना है। और कोरोना कुछ नहीं है। आप अपने कर्म, आपके रिकॉर्ड्स, आपके बैड वर्क्स ही कोरोना है। इस बात को आप जितना अच्छी तरह समझ लेंगे तो ठीक रहेगा। नहीं तो मरना है तो आपको है, आपको जाना तो पड़ेगा। लाखों चले गए और पता नहीं कितने लाखों जाने वाले हैं, कौन जानता है। ये बात भी उतनी ही सच है जितना सच कोरोना है, कोविड-19 है। ये बात उतनी भी सच है जितना सूरज निकलता है दिन होता है, रात आती है और अभी सो जाता है, तो उतना ही सच है। ये भगवान का मारा हुआ हथियार है जो अपने बच्चों को समझाना चाहता है, ठीक हो जाओ, मानव बनो। मैंने मानव बना के तुम्हें यहाँ भेजा है, तुम्हें धार्मिक बना के नहीं भेजा है, तुम्हें मैंने कुछ और दे के नहीं भेजा है। मैंने इसलिए भेजा है कि जाओ, मेरी ज़मीन है, मैंने बनाई है, इसको थोड़ा रह लो, उसको ठीक करके आ जाओ। लेकिन नहीं मानते आप, तो मैं क्या करूँगा। कल मैंने एक देखा किसी का लेख, उसमें लिखा था कैलकुलेशन की थी कि साहब ने, शायद उनको मज़ा आ रहा होगा। उन्होंने हिसाब लगा के बताया कि 2 ग्राम मटेरियल भगवान ने भेजा और दुनिया को हिला दिया। ठीक है, उनका हिसाब अपनी जगह हो सकता है, 2 ग्राम भी बहुत है मेरे हिसाब से, तो 2 ग्राम भी बहुत है। एक ही न्यूक्लियस उसका काफ़ी है। 2 ग्राम तो बहुत दूर की बात है, एक न्यूक्लियस ही काफ़ी है। अगर ऊपर वाला चाहे तो 5 मिनट में ये दुनिया को सुहा कर सकता है, सारी मानव जाति को ख़त्म कर सकता है, लेकिन वो ख़त्म नहीं करना चाहेगा। अपने लगाए हुए को एकदम नहीं कोई हटाना चाहता, आहिस्ता आहिस्ता करके हटाएगा। जब देखेगा भाई अब इसके बस का कुछ नहीं है, अब इसको वापस ले लो, इसको दोबारा भेजेंगे, रीस्टेट करके, रेट्रोफिट करके दोबारा भेजेंगे इसको, यही सोचता है, क्योंकि वो सबसे ऊपर है। चाहे वो किसी भी नाम से हो, उससे कुछ फ़र्क नहीं पड़ेगा। विश्व बंधुओं, अगर आपको इतनी भी बात समझ नहीं आती तो अपने दिमाग आप में भूसा भरा है, आपकी सोच, आपकी आत्मा खोखली है, आप सोच ही नहीं सकते। ये जो पागल की दौड़ है, पागलों की दौड़ में जो आप शामिल थे और हैं, नोट डॉलर नोट, दुनिया को मैं खरीद लूँ, मैं दुनिया में नंबर 1 बन जाऊँ पैसे के मामले में, ये सब दिमाग से निकाल दो, ये सब दिमाग से निकाल दो। भगवान ने आपको पैसा इकट्ठा करने के लिए नहीं भेजा है। क्या करेगा वो, आप इकट्ठा पैसा भी कर लेंगे तो भगवान को क्या फ़ायदा है उसमें। उसकी तो वेल्थ है, एक ही वेल्थ है, आप छीन लीजिए, सारी सबसे छीन लीजिए, तो आप भी क्या करेंगे उसका, ये बता दीजिए। आप एक मकान की जगह 500 मकान खरीद लेंगे, आप 10 हेलीकॉप्टर खरीद लेंगे, 10 आप बोइंग खरीदेंगे, उसके बाद क्या आप उन सबको अपने साथ ऊपर लेके जाएंगे तो बात ठीक है, तो फिर भगवान को आप दे सकते हैं गिफ्ट चाहे, लेकिन भगवान तो आपसे गिफ्ट लेना नहीं चाहता, भगवान तो आपसे गिफ्ट ही लेना नहीं चाहता। इसीलिए उसने ऐसा नियम बनाया नहीं कि आप जो कमाते हैं, जो बनाते हैं, लेके आइए। अगर वो चाहे तो 1 सेकंड में ज़मीन के ऊपर खींच सकता है, आप क्या कर लेंगे। वैसे भी ज़मीन एक स्टेशनरी नहीं है, एक लोकेशन पे नहीं है, ये तो घूमती रहती है। इस चीज़ को भी आप नहीं समझते कि ज़मीन एक जगह नहीं है, एक पॉइंट पे नहीं है। इस बात को वैज्ञानिक समझते हैं, आप भी समझ लीजिए। अगर ये सोलर सिस्टम, whole solar system, all planets of solar system never keep themselves in one location at one time. Do you know that point? You don't know that point. All planets of solar system in which we are residing never stay constant point. They keep on moving on their own axis as they orbit around sun, and sun is located at one point. Because sun is life to every planet, you are getting energy from it. It's probably moving on its own axis, but it's not orbiting anyone. All are orbiting sun. This is universal fact. This is clear indication that God does not want even planets to stay at one point. So what is value of human being? You should understand this point. In solar system, your address is not known. Your address is never permanent. It keeps on moving. Of course, it comes back to same point, but it keeps on moving. It comes back to same point momentarily for few seconds or moments if you compare to time of Earth. As I said before also, I calculated approximately that Earth moves on its own axis at speed of about 1600 km per hour. This is a rough calculation. You can also calculate, nothing new in that. Considering diameter of Earth at 12,500, you can find circumference and then divide by 24 hours. per hour, you can say this is speed on which, because 24 hours means one round of Earth on its own axis, and it takes orbital motion around Sun. It takes 365 days to take one complete revolution, and if you just find out that circumference which you have to calculate yourself, because Sun is located at 15 crore kilometers from Earth, so 15 crores kilometers from, that is the radius you can say from Earth. So diameter is double, and add to that 13 lakhs or 14 lakhs kilometer of diameter of Sun, and you can say that that's total diameter. You get total count at this one. You should calculate circumference of that and divide that by 364 and 24 further. You will find the speed of Earth around Sun is about 1.25 lakhs kilometer per hour. 1.25 lakhs kilometer per hour. This means Earth is never a stationary body. It's orbiting with such a high speed that means you are a part of space. You may not feel that, but you are a part of space. So when God doesn't want any permanent location for anything, for even such big gigantic planets, so what you and myself are, we are nothing. So why do you think we are permanent here or we are not permanent here? No one is permanent here on Earth. It depends upon longevity of life, which may be 50 years to 100 years or 150 years maximum. You can't live on this earth more than that, and also in that portion only maybe 10 to 15 or 20% life is active, other life is passive, because childhood, adolescence and school, and then senior age, and you can say hardly a portion of 20% is for you in which you are active, and but you waste that also, because you generate your family, you generate your kids. You're more interested in that rather thinking about how to make it better, how to improve it. That's what I'm saying. COVID is required here. COVID is a tutor, COVID is a mentor. It comes every time in some form or other. It's mentoring you. It's trying to tell you something. You're not getting this message. It's trying to tell you, be honest, be sincere, be active, think of Earth, think of solar system, think of God, do good for Earth. Don't spoil environment, don't spoil trees, don't spoil forests, don't spoil water bodies, don't spoil air body, don't spoil earth. That's what it is telling. But we do not understand this is a small point, because we are only interested in material aspect of earth. And we also forget that material is not progressive on earth. Money may be exchangeable, but material on earth, wealth on earth, and within lithosphere is same quantity. It doesn't increase, because earth dia does not increase. It can be reduced in gradual time. You are eroding surface of earth, you are mining this and that. Mining is just few kilometers maximum, so you are destroying surface of earth for sake of, for greed of, for avarice of your mind, your wealth. You want wealth, physical wealth. You don't want mental wealth or spiritual wealth. If you understand mental work, if you understand mental energy, you can learn a lot. But you are, because no different than animal. Until you are in point of animal kingdom in your mind, you cannot serve this earth. Once you come out of that status of animal kingdom, you shall become human. You shall become human kingdom. You can do a lot for this earth. God never expects that you destroy this earth, because it's not your production. You have no right on this. You did nothing to this earth. You did not do any contribution to earth so far. But you want to abuse this earth. You want to exploit this earth. That's why my concern is, remember, earth quantity cannot change. Whatever quantities, they are same. Aerospace diameter cannot change. Yes, you have degraded quality of air, of course. You have degraded surface earth, of course. You have degraded water bodies. You have degraded everything you could do. But now nothing is left to be left undegraded. Ungraded means left safe. You have spoiled everything. So COVID is required. COVID is to teach you everything. You may consider my statement whatever you can. I least bother. But fact remains that you have done against nature, so nature is doing against you. Nature is doing against you. Still you are fortunate, I am fortunate, but only few percentage of people in world are affected, not all. That's good luck. That's still God says I'm giving you concession. Don't worry. I'm just giving alert. I'm not taking all. I'm taking a few only. So what do you say about that? It's very small percentage that is gone. They left this world because of COVID. But this is the start. And if you do not accept facts till now, you do not change your conduct, you shall face more and more and more problems in future. So it's better if you adjust, or it shall be very difficult. Precaution is one way, but your character amendment, your conduct must change, and that conduct should be normal. Do not think you are everything. Just if you think of enjoying life, you have to think of making life also. Enjoy your life, no problem. Be happy, no problem. Be pleased, no problem. But you have to be serious also. If you are only happy, you are only interested in enjoying, you cannot digest any seriousness degree, and you are not doing justice to yourself, you are not just doing justice to nature, because seriousness is also required. If you have right to enjoy, you have right to work also. If you just enjoy, there is no meaning of sadness, there is no meaning of night if day is not understood. If day only you want, you can't even survive, because night is also important. So day and night work in sequence, so you have to remain in sequence. That's what COVID-19 says. I'll request and appeal to all global citizens to respect nature, to respect environment, to respect earth. Not only nature, earth also. Don't abuse earth. Already you have used so much you have used that you hollowed earth. You have taken out too much from earth. You have given back nothing. So that's what is required. Economists are there, they know what is earth. And if they don't know, they must know. Because economy is dependent on wealth of earth, hidden wealth in earth. Economy is dependent upon them. Food is dependent on surface of earth, because we are getting from surface. We are not getting seafood. Our people are taking seafood, but that's not required. Because of that, this kind of viruses spread. Natural imbalance cause all these viruses. And we are ourselves of viruses. Our sincerity has gone. Our certainty has gone. Forget something else. Certainty has gone. Today, nobody is certain about future, because we have destroyed it. We have not destroyed nature. We have destroyed our concept. We are not sure of anything today, because we have done something wrong. Our assumptions are wrong. Our considerations have become wrong. We have to think on that point, concentrate on that point. Honesty is best policy, we say, but today no one is honest. Tell me who is honest. 99% people are dishonest, not only in our country, all over. They lie, they fabricate statements, they fabricate stories, they tell everything so that they should be sellable. This word of sellable has come from some sections of our world. I am a sellable person, you must sell yourself. When you are talking of sellness, you can speak lies, you can say my work is very good, my product is very good, this is that. There is no other person who is giving such a qualitative product, and that is called sales attitude. So don't be sales attitude. Sell your capacity and work for nature, work for God. Your CV shall automatically update you. That's what I'm saying. Nothing else in COVID-19 for this, because this was only a confidence building talk to you people about COVID. COVID would be there. You respect it or don't respect it. I would simply say, just forget orthodox status, forget parasitism. COVID thinks of none. That was my message for COVID, and I think it's not my original message. This is comparative message, because I compare things. I'm not agent, I'm a god of something. I'm just comparing what's happening and what should have happened. If this has happened like this would not happen. In that way, if you compare, you'll find so many answers yourself. Not necessarily you will be highly educated for that. Common sense is enough to understand this. That's what I tried to tell you. What it is, it's up to you. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm lucky that you people watch me. If I'm lucky, but I'm not that lucky as well. I know no problem. I don't have any problem from that point of view. That you people watch me or don't watch me. That's up to you. But if you watch me, you will get something. You will not lose anything. And I think that's my duty, being citizen of world, that I should alert whole world. It's not question of which country I belong to. because somebody belongs to some country. Don't forget, whichever country you belong or don't belong to, you belong to this world. No one can challenge it. Problem is I have to take water because of dry throat, and in beginning I take this warm water, hot water, for about 2 hours, 3 hours. You may belong to any country, you may belong to whatever country. It doesn't make a difference because you belong to world. First of all, you came to world. Country doesn't matter. Even if you are stateless, you are in world. You may be given asylum wherever, but you are on earth. Because you can't stay in air. You can't stay in sea. You are part of humanity, so you are on earth. And when you are on earth, earth is your home for how many years? It depends upon your life. So until you stay on earth, it's your duty to care about earth. If you don't care about earth, you don't care about yourself. Simple. Earth gives you food, earth gives you shelter, earth gives you 5 elements required for this life, and you know those 5 elements: air, water, fire, ether, and soil. These 5 elements are predominant in everybody's construction, everybody's constituents. Without these elements, no one can fly. And on top of that, on top of these these materials, these 5 elements, there's one more element which people know, people believe, but they don't openly speak. And if you can't openly speak, it's your problem, it's not my problem. Why should run away from that which is a fact of life? And that fact is that your body is meaningless if you don't have current in that body, which is called soul of body. There's a cable in your home, there's wiring, I think you are getting electric supply. You don't see that supply, but your appliance uses that supply. You know there's electric supply, I'll get this, but you can't see. When you touch that, you can understand what is that. So if you don't touch it, you think yes, there's supply, but you can't see that until you use that. Same phenomena applies to your 6th element, or you can 6th sense, which you call 6th sense. In addition to these 5 elements, there is 6th element which is not seen, which can be felt only, and that's called soul, existence of soul in body. Soul is not an identity, it is a fact, basic fact. It does not need any identity. Because you can't say, oh, this part of my soul and this is not part of my soul. You can't say that. Soul is continuous. Your soul in your body doesn't mean it stops at head or at leg. It's continuous. If you have no soul, you can't breathe. You can't do anything. So don't ignore soul. It's not a spirituality I'm talking. I am talking reality. You cannot do anything without power of soul, power of spirit. And not only you, whoever is living on earth, in whatever shape, whatever form, whatever body, everybody is enjoying this soul. Soul is more important than your body. Soul is more important than greed. Soul is more important than environment. Soul is more important than everything, because soul is linked to God, linked to Almighty. Whoever you name it, soul is linked to that. So when you consider soul, you will stop half of your crimes in life. Because soul is your teacher. It would tell you not to do this or do that. It's nothing new I am telling you. It's a fact. It's not scientifically proved, but it is self-proved. Doctors also say attend. We tried our best, but we could not save. They are experts on body. They know how body functions, but they don't tell you how soul functions. No doctor can tell you how brain functions, how this person has left his life, what was reason. He would say, oh, but because of hypertension, because of heart attack, because of this, because of that. According to medical science, medical level of facts, doctor will certify death. But more than that, one cannot. No one can tell you how this soul comes into baby, new baby, and baby is delivered live. Nobody knows that. So these are root causes, root realities of life that we don't know, and it's not now. Since this solar system, this earth was delivered, it has been working. Even now we don't know. We try our best, but we do not know. We fail every day. Because that's called work of God. God keeps everything secret. So is soul. But if you understand soul, soul will tell you everything. Try to understand. Try to talk to your soul if you can. You will find all answers. You will find complete nature within your body, and you will know what facts are. You get so many messages in your sleep, but you do not consider them because you forget them. I'm not saying that you have to talk about this. No need of talking about this. Understanding is enough. Feeling is enough. Sometimes you say, I'm determined. I have to do this. I'm committed. Come what may, I will do it. Sometime, that time you are having energetic body. You are supplied with required energy, and that you are not in depression. You are in upper position. You are having plenty of energy, and that energy is telling you, you have to do this. That energy is ruled by soul, and soul says do it. And you don't even speak and start doing that, and you get something. And when you are saying, oh, I cannot do this, I want to take rest, I am very much tired, and you every day say, I am very tired, don't know, I am feeling very tired, I am not interested to go to job or go to school or college, I am very tired, I want to take rest. At that time it's negative, your energy is sleeping. Your energy is sleeping. You can't control your energy. Though energy is there, but you are not recognizing that energy. You are not receiving that energy. So if you understand soul, you can understand everything. This is my experience. Soul is your teacher. Soul is connected to nature and then to God. So it shall get you back your energy into your body if you understand it, if you desire so. There are problems in life, but soul can solve your problems. If you talk to your soul, it will give you answers, but to you only, not to someone else. An answer is not declaration. In indicative form it will give you, and you will move in a direction without even be sure that you will get success. But if you continue on that path, you will certainly get success. That's my experience. Everything is not limited to physical world. There's another world above physical world, which you belong to, I belong to, everybody belongs to. Even other animals belong to. But because we are played by money, we are played by wealth, we are played by comparison of each other, who is higher, who is lower, that status does not allow us to move forward. We measure everything in form of wealth, in form of money, and that process does not allow us to think further. Your destiny is caught by wealth. Your destiny is caught by wealth, and your mind is controlled by wealth. That stage is very dangerous, which is now. Whole world is measuring in terms of what? Economy. Economy. All world. As if they are slaves to economy. America to Japan, all other countries, our country, all measure their dues, their values in comparison to earth wealth. But they forget economy is not grown on trees, money is not grown on crops. Money is wealth, wealth is converted to money value. Money value can change, but wealth cannot change. Do you understand this fact? You may have value, you may have more wealth than your brother or your friend, but total wealth, if you count, of every individual or countries, you will find constant wealth. Because nothing comes from your own contribution, everything comes from your earth. Lithosphere. Lithosphere means solid part of earth having water body also. While if you add to that aerospace or aero body, you call it earth. This earth has got wealth in this. Wealth which you call wealth, otherwise it's part of earth. And you exploit that only. Only then you say, my economy is this, earth economy is same. You cannot convert environment to economy. You cannot convert a sea to economy. Yes, seafood you can take. People say I am taking seafood. Okay, that point is okay. But as far as wealth is concerned, wealth is constant. It's constant in earth. Diameter of earth is constant. Earth size is constant. System is constant. Nothing new comes in. So where is change in economy? Yes, it's because your domination is there. This is my area, so this part of earth is mine. I am going to explore this material. Every nation says that. Oh, this part of sea is mine. This is my international body. That's no man's water. That point changes. But wealth is same. And there, when you divide yourself, you partition yourself into many countries, and you partition humanity in fact. We partition humanity. Fact remains there is only one country, and that is called surface of earth. There is no second country in world. But this fact is only in talks, only in dreams that earth is one, because God did not divide this earth, we divided this earth. If God had divided, it had divided in totality. And God had to deliver a system, say this zone is this sun, for this zone is this sun, and for this zone is this part of sky, and for this zone this. There would have been many suns and many moons and many, partitioned seas. Sea is also one. There is continuity of sea. There is no separate sea. Only names are separate. Because sea is a body of water, a part of lithosphere. It's nothing separate. It can't be taken out from that. There is no power of earth who can say, okay, I am taking out water from body and keeping them separately. I am making another volume for that water. Did you see something like that? You would never see. I'll take out all water and leave sea as it is. So we have to learn a lot from nation. Nation is our teacher. Nature is our teacher. We don't discuss that. Why did then sea was part of this earth? Why did God do like that? God knows that these people are stupids who are going to stay on this earth. They will forget everything what I told them to do. They would forget everything during their journey from my home to earth home. I say no one is honor of this earth. Everyone is honor of this earth. Every person who is living on this earth, every entity living, I'm not saying person only, entity also, animals, birds, and you can say biodiversity, even plants and trees, all are honors of this earth because they are part of that. But we don't understand this point. We fight with each other. We, in name of science, oh, you do it, I will do against it. As America says, If you do this, I will shoot you. It is same thing as shooting. I'll put sanction on you. I will shoot you for that. Self-acquired authority means you are powerful. People should salute you. People should touch your feet because you have some money. Is it that? Come on ground and fight. Why use aeroplanes to fight? Why use bomb fighters to fight? Come on ground, fight, and let us see what sort of you are. You won't come. Never you would come. Combat force, people are combat, okay, you want to combat others, come on, let's fight together and see who's more powerful. Never come. That's why I'm saying this world is full of stupid people, foolish people. They don't understand the reality of life. We are all passengers here. We don't own anything on earth. Today maybe this house mine, when I die it's no more mine. Somebody else will take this. So what's mine? And then after somebody else will take it after a few years, and then somebody else will take it. So where is yours? Why are you crying in wilderness? You are just crying because you have limited mind. Your vision is very small. You see only, a frog in a well. There's a saying, you are a frog in a well. Frog in a well means your vista is very small. Your world is very small. You do not know what is reservoir. You do not know what is a canal. You do not know what is a river. And you do not know what sea. You only know a small 15-20 feet of meter diameter well. 5 meter, 4 meter diameter well. You know only that. So a frog in a well or frog in a sea are different personalities. If I can't understand world, I can't understand myself. Because I belong to world. I don't belong to my country. In fact, there is no country, to be very frank. There is no country. Countries were made by powerful. Oh, this is my area, get off this area, go to somewhere else. Countries are not realities. These are fictions. False control. Just like Israel, I will next West Bank, I will next Golan Heights, I will annex Jordan Valley, your father's valley. Who are you? Because America is supporting you. You are powerful. So you want to show your power. Your power is very small, that you are a big robber. Your power is to rob others, to loot others. Just like America loots. America looted Iraq. America looted Libya. America tries to loot every other nation where it finds benefit. So what sort of people are you? So you all are illegal in mind. You all are cruels in mind. You do not respect others. You respect only yourself. If somebody is black, what is his fault? And why? What are you? Only little fear. What is additive on that? What is the advantage of that? No humanity in you. You think that black is bad for you? It's skin color. Only skin color. It's not color of mind. It's not color of soul. Just chip out the skin, you will find blood color. Same color. It's a cover up only. Don't you understand that? That's why COVID-19 is here, to tell everybody what you are. Tell dog that you're a dog, tell cat you're a cat, and tell human being that you are human being, act like human being. And if you cannot understand that, then it will work against you. It will do its job. Still it's alerting. It's not done a lot. It's not done a lot. It's still warning. But no. Only for 2-3 months they feared COVID-19. Now nobody is caring about that. Nobody is frightened about that. Oh, no problem. Economy is more important. Our jobs are more important. Our businesses are down. So this means you had power only for 2 or 3 months in economy to survive. More than that, you are hollow. This means is that it's declared now. COVID has actually forced all nations to declare that they are very, very weak in economy. For 2-3 months you could survive. After that you are dead. Oh, we don't have money, our economy is down, our GDP is down. This means you are always down. Your contribution is zero. You only exploited nature and exploited earth to make money. Some countries exploited petroleum, they extracted and sold. Some extracted some gold or some other material, or some extracted mines, or you can say ores, to take out all materials and construct these firefighters, these air fighting, all weaponry management is done by that. This means you are only just trying to kill others. If of God's job given to you is killing others, why should God need you? God will kill sitting in office itself. By sending few more coroners, no need to take your services. God tries to take your positive services, your constructive services. But you cannot understand. Unfortunately, we are living in fool's paradise on earth. Fool's paradise. Intelligents are also fool. Of course, those who are not intelligent, who are not very well educated, I can't comment on them because that's not their fault. They were deprived of education because of being poor or because of having no further support to have education. But those who are very good educated, they too are same. They cannot think. They think only we should continue in job, and that's a life is job for them as well. This means if you don't have money, you cannot do anything. That's a fact. Money is required because you have to buy commodities, you have to buy your food, you have to make your livings. Money is an exchange, it's not fact. Fact is wealth. Fact is material. Earth is material. To get that material, you need money. That currency is not money. That is a ticket to get something, to exchange something. That is exchange medium. That's not currency, is not your basic money. Basic money is a material. If you don't have wheat grains, you cannot live. If you don't have vegetables, you cannot eat. Everything you have to buy in some form or other. That's why you are taught a lesson by Corona. Be honest. I am telling you, be honest. Be sincere. Don't harm others. Live peacefully. There shall be no COVID-19. Because when you are pure mind, pure heart, everything will be pure. But you don't want that. You want to show you are powerful, and that you are only powerful. Others are not powerful. Others have to surrender to you, or whatever you say, others have to accept. Or else you will put sanction on them. This you will shoot them. This means that. No. That's not life. Earth is not mine. Remember. Earth is also not mine. I am here only for some journey, and everybody here is only for some journey. That journey is not very long, it's very small. So don't make yourself that you're subject to such actions. God shall remain with you when you are with God. God made this earth. You have to protect this earth. You have to protect your character. You have to protect your honesty, and you have to protect yourself from bad impacts of others. So you will be fine. There shall be no corona for you. Corona is for those who are sinners, big sinners, every day who commit sin. For them, death of people is no worry. They enjoy on death of people. They enjoy. These political leaders enjoy on death of others. What is politics? This is politics. Oh, we have war between two countries. Who are dying ultimately? Innocent people are dying. Innocent armies are dying. Leaders are not dying. Leaders are enjoying. For them, million, that doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything. Let them die. When human goes to that level, certainly corona has to come. We are on that level. Be clear about this. I don't talk more on this because only 1 hour work this. I thought only for 15-20 minutes. This is problem when you start talking, your mind keeps on receiving more and more signals, and you transfer those signals to your tongue and lips, and it happens. So what can I do? Maybe I bore you, I know. But if even one person listens or 2% listen to that, and maybe they change themselves, who knows? Your job you have to do. Everyone has to do his job without any greed or avarice. I have no avarice at all, because my mind says that no problem for that. It's not because I am interested. It's because I am forced. My I think my fate is like that. I am forced by some power to do it, and I do that. I don't know why, but sometimes I think I can't speak for 5 minutes, and it doesn't happen. It goes on speaking and speaking, as if I am an extra person. I have no other work. Of course, I don't have any much work because of my age. But if you are in job, even then I would do that. I spend time. I'm speaking these days because writings are not given any value. People don't prefer written statements. People are so lazy that they don't have time to read what somebody writes. Why I'm saying writing is very difficult. It's not easy. You need time, you need review, and then you need people may read that, and people don't like reading. People are now not happy either to write or to read. People are just happy to watch videos, and that too very rarely. They are interested in what? In films and cricket and blues and maybe more. I cannot say. They entertain that. They don't want to entertain knowledge. They don't want to entertain something. They want to entertain their world, their small world. Small, I say, small, very small. Well, I'll jump on now to my professional subjects, which is also very important for me. That is about quality management. Quality management means all subjects related to profession. Quality does not mean one subject. When I say quality, I mean to say professional quality. It doesn't mean a subject. It doesn't mean a work. It doesn't mean a topic. I say system. Quality system and quality control. Quality system is a requirement. Quality control is also a requirement, but quality control is in details, while quality system requirement is in gross, is in overall control. Just like I say, suppose a person is a quality person, how to decide? You say, is a quality person or he is not a quality person, how shall you decide? Previously, when I was young, they used to say character of a person. Right? Write a character of this person, the examination, such essays used to come. Write character of this leader or character of that person, or some character in some epics. You have to write character of that. But now, character is misunderstood. We say in professional world, what is quality of a person, what is quality of a system, what is quality of activity, that we have to understand. Now it has come to quality. Are you a quality worker? prove it, or I have to investigate whether or not you are a quality worker. Who's there? Mr. Chaudhary Raju, good morning. Sorry I missed you, I could not see your name. Chaudhary Raju. Namaskar. Okay. When I say define quality, what do you mean by that? Question can be asked. Define quality. Quality. What is quality after all? How much accurate are you? How much good are you? How much responsive are you? How much useful are you? How much destiny you have? Where is your destiny? What's your lifestyle? What's your working? How can you make something, or how can you break something? I think everywhere a question must be raised. Your quality in your society, your quality in your profession, your personal quality can be called a character. Your personal work approach, your proactivity, your proaction, or your sleeping nature. What is value? What is power of your sleeping? Sleeping doesn't mean sleeping in bed, because when you don't work, even on your work, you are on duty, you are not working, you are not serious, that is also called sleeping. Are you really a reliable worker, or you are a reliable industrialist? It all comes under some umbrella. These terms are clearly defined, and definitions may differ from one person to another person. I can define something in my way, you can also define that in your way. As far as it works, it's fine. Your definition is good, and others' definition is also good. But when we say a system must be quality based. This means there is a question mark. I cannot say what I say is right, and you cannot say what you say is right. You have to justify that this is start of system and this is end of system. This input we made and this output has come. That is a system, and that output should be same. It should not be different, because if it's different, the system is different. System is not same, because we have many stations, many events in that from start to end, and all those events require something. So for that requirement, that's called a system, and building of that system, modification of that system to get something under some definition, under some standards, under some requirement, it's called a system. That system, just like my body is a system, my body is a system. I did not do anything on that. God did that. But God told you, this is system I made for you. And this system works till you live. And then the system stops working, you come back. Is that not education by God? Through my body, through nature. Nature is a system. You say solar system is working. Yes, it's working. Again, as I was pointing out earlier, our planets are not at one level, never, No planet can stay only at its level. It has to move all time with varying speeds. Therefore, there is no perfect location of these planets even. They are not occupying one position. And because those planets are not occupying one position, Earth is also not occupying one position. So I cannot say that I occupy this position whole my life. Maybe on Earth, my life, my occupation is one, relatively, not factually. Because when Earth rotates, air also rotates. When Earth rotates on its own axis as well as around Sun, I also rotate in that rotation. So I don't feel it, but it rotates. so I must rotate. That is what system is all about. Sometimes you do not know what's happening, but system is working. This means system should be so strong that itself should check out, itself should correct its mistake, and if cannot correct it, you have to correct that mistake. And then it should continuously move without any change, without any station, without any loss of speed. With constant speed, it should move together. That degree of measurement we have to create in system. That system moves in automation. It takes its care in itself and keep on working. We have to understand that point, how this works. So I am not here to tell you system study, only a part of that system. System is very big, it's very long, we can understand only, but as far as application is concerned, it cannot be applied in 4 hours or 5 hours or 1 day or 2 days. It takes lot of efforts, lot of time, lot of resources for whatever system, and if it's defective system, you will get defective product. If it's good system, you will get good product. And that's what I am saying. System study is your study, it's not book study. In college also we go, there is a system, you have to study for 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years, and you get, after understanding that, after passing that system, you get some product, and that product is called your degree, certificate, something like that, which only confirms that you studied there, that system you have passed. More than that, it doesn't say anything. So we all have to understand systems, that life is filled with many systems. No system is independent. One system depends on another system, and that system depends on another system. So this is long chain of systems in our life, and those systems, if we do not value, we cannot value ourselves. We cannot keep ourselves in isolation. We have to meet with system. We have to understand how system is working, what are input and what are output of that. That point we must understand if you want to get success in life. Success doesn't come at one point. It's accumulation of many points. You cannot say, I got success because of this. You actually don't know where you got success. Success is every day, and failure is also every day. And failure is also success, and success is also failure. Because too many successes also lead to failure. Because you are so much enthusiastic about that you don't improve on that. If you have got success and success and success all days, you say, oh, I am perfect, my work is perfect, it's working all right, and then it collapses. That's why I say we should understand various studies of various other systems which we have, or which it doesn't mean that you're bound by those systems. It doesn't mean that. Only understanding, or you can say upgrading your knowledge, knowing more and more about others is important in life. You may get some good information from that system or other system which you might be you're not having in your system, or you may think your system is better than that system. That is what is required. So I was moving on concrete specifications, 2014 Qatar civil specs, which is of course very critical if you consider, if you compare it to 30-40 years back and now. I think there's a difference because of upgradation of knowledge, upgradation of technology, emerging technologies. You have to modify this. So in that system, in that specification, I had covered a lot, and we were somewhere, which page was, let me see which page it was. I think it was 61 or more. Let us see what 65. That was concrete plants. So we had gone for concrete plants one time. with bins and the HPS we got it, and batching tolerances we got with this, and we got with this also. So concrete force, charging mixes, mixing, we did mixing as well. So where we were limitation of water, cement ratio, we will see so 70 before that I think. Concrete plants, first concrete plants. Mixing time for stationary mixers, I think mixing and mixing again. Limitation of water, cement ratio, and ready mix concrete. Ready mix concrete. So let us start here from previous one, concrete plant. So better we start from mixing again. So no problem. It takes five minutes review. First page 69. It's mixing, and this is section 7.3 of this speaks the Qatar concrete specifications. So it is some charging concrete materials. If they have done it, yes, no problem. What this concrete says charging concrete materials. We were saying about charging concrete materials. Now, water shall enter mixer first. We studied that, no problem. So water shall enter mixer first with continuous flow while other ingredients are entering mixer. Water charging pipes must be of proper design and of sufficient size, so that water enters at a point well inside mixer and charging is completed within first 25% of prescribed mixing time, and where concrete uniformity shall be verified by approved inspector. Admixture shall be charged to mixer in accordance with instructions of manufacturer. Automatic dispensers shall be used. Mixing time for stationary mixers. Mixing time required shall be based upon ability of mixer to produce a uniform, homogeneous, consistent mixture. That's what's required. Uniform, homogeneous, consistent mixture throughout batch and from batch to batch. This means every batch to batch of concrete should be of uniform homogeneity, should be uniform, should be homogeneous, should be consistent throughout batch and from batch to batch. Final mixing time. Final mixing time shall be based on results of mixer performance. How mixer performs. Test made at start of project and time fixed unless change is authorized by engineer. Time shall, however, not be less than 60 seconds unless otherwise verified as stated hereafter. Where no mixer performance tests are made, acceptable mixing time for mixers having capacity of 0.75 meter cube or less, be not less than 1 minute. For mixers of greater capacity, this minimum shall be increased by 15 seconds for each cubic meter of fraction of thereof additional capacity. Where mixture performance tests have been made on given concrete mixture in accordance with testing program of ASTM C94 NXA and NRMCA certification, and mixture have been charged to their rated capacity. Acceptable mixing time is permitted to be reduced for those particular circumstances to a point at which satisfactory mixing defined in ASTM C94 and NRMCA certification for central mixing plants shall have been accomplished. When mixing time is so reduced, maximum time of mixing shall not exceed this reduced time by more than 60 seconds for air entered concrete. Mixing time shall be measured from time all ingredients are in mixer. Batch mixers with audible indicators. Batch mixers with audible indicators used in combination with interlocks which prevent mixer discharge prior to completion of a preset mixing time shall be provided on automatic plants and are also desirable on manual plants. So batch mixers with audible indicators used in combination with interlocks which prevent mixer discharge prior to completion of a preset mixing time shall be provided on automatic panel plants and are also desirable on manual plants. This message is unnecessary. I am getting again problem. This disturb my work. These people don't understand why they want to disturb. I do not know. And it causes problem for me. I can't work properly. So when I say batch mixers with audible indicators used in combination with interlocks which prevent mixer discharge prior to completion, of a preset mixing time shall be provided on automatic plants and are also desirable on manual plants. Mixture shall be designed for starting time stopping under full load. Mixture shall be designed for starting and stopping under full load. Now mixing. All structural concrete to be placed in situ shall be manufactured in a computer controlled batching plant of types described in clause 7.2.2 of this part. All plants shall be complete with suitable water chilling or ice making facility or both to ensure concrete temperature are maintained as specified in part 6 and 15 of this section. Concrete shall be mixed in batches in plant capable of combining aggregates, cement and water, including admixtures if whatsoever, into mixture of uniform color and consistency and of discharging mixture without segregation. Automatic moisture contents probes set in hoppers. Moisture content probes set in hoppers shall be used to continuously determine moisture content of aggregates. Contractor shall make due allowances for water contained in aggregates when determining quantity of water to be added to each mix. Means moisture content measurements already there, response sensors are there, and it says automatic moisture content. So automatic moisture content probes set in hoppers shall be used to continuously determine moisture content of aggregates. Let me repeat. and contractor shall make due allowances for water contained in aggregates when determining quantity of water to be added to each mix. Amount of water to each mix shall be adjusted to maintain constant constant approved water cement ratio of mixed concrete. So water quantity, water amount added to each mix shall be adjusted to maintain constant approved water cement ratio of mixed concrete. Limitation of water cement ratio. Limitation of water cement ratio is no concrete shall exceed water cement ratio as given in part 6 of this section. Quantity of water used in mixing shall be least amount that will produce a workable homogeneous plastic mixture which can be worked into forms and around reinforcement. So this is bottom is quantity of water used in mixing shall be least amount, not max, least amount that would produce a workable homogeneous plastic mix which can be worked into forms and around reinforcement. Excess water over maximum allowed by mixed design shall not be permitted, and whatever batch containing such excess will be rejected. Now ready-mix concrete. Ready-mix concrete, which is a technology, in fact, not just a technology but big technology nowadays. So now we say ready-mix concrete. We'll start our that. Okay. Let me just relax a little. Legs stretched. Let me have a little leg stretch here, and so that I am not too much charged. I don't charge myself for nothing. Ready-mix concrete is a technology in itself, and these days without this concrete cannot move. Say, manufacture of ready-mix concrete for use in government projects may only be carried out in batching plant. Now it's a government project, well, it's not a government project, it's for every project. Manufacture of ready-mix concrete for use in projects may only be carried out in batching plants that have an approval certificate issued by Central Materials Laboratory. When the certificate is under renewal process by ready-mix concrete manufacturer, other certificates such as NRMCA shall be considered by engineer as approval on uniformity and consistency of facility. Engineer may request to revalidate uniformity test under his supervision. In addition, use of ready-mix concrete in any part of work shall require engineer's written approval. The contractor shall satisfy engineer on following points. Materials used in ready-mix concrete comply with specification in all respects. This is point number one. And manufacturing and delivery resources of a proposed supplier are adequate to ensure proper and timely completion. There are 2 points. Materials used in ready-mix concrete RMC comply with specification in all respects, and manufacturing and delivery resources of proposed supplier are adequate to ensure proper and timely completion. Specified requirements as to sampling, that is sampling and trial mixing, testing and quality of concrete of various grades as described in part 6 of this section shall apply equally to ready-mix concrete too. Means, let us say, when we do something, we have to sample, we have to trial mix and test, and quality of concrete we have to ensure. So, various grades of concrete, and this we have to do for all. Post mix also. Every additional facility, that's called every additional facility, including but not limited to testing equipment. Within every additional facility, including but not limited to testing equipment, laboratory facilities, labor and transport, which engineer or person authorized by it may require for supervision and inspection of batching, mixing, testing and transporting to site of ready-mix concrete shall be now. I repeat this paragraph. Every additional facility, including but not limited to testing equipment, labor, laboratory facility and transport, which engineer or persons authorized by it may require for supervision and inspection of batching, in mixings and okay, then we move further. Copies of all delivery notes shall be submitted to engineer in duplicate on computer generated forms and shall include at least following information. What is that? I think it's a little sorry because back of my chair is giving heat in my waist. Name of supplier, serial number of ticket and date. So ready-mix supplier it is. Then truck number. Then name of contractor. Then name of contractor, contact and location of site. Yes, and then this is from batching plant. This shall be given. This ticket is coming. It comes from batching plant, so that page should give this information. That is name of supplier, serial number, ticket and date, truck number, name of contractor, and to whom it's going, and name of contract and location of office, and grade of concrete. Then it is specified workability, type and source of cement, and then source of aggregate, and then the source of aggregate, nominal maximum size of aggregate, nominal maximum size, quantity of each concrete ingredient, and ingredient means all materials. So ingredients, sand or dust or aggregate or cementous material, all. Type of admixture and quantity. Admixture means additive. Water content, water cementation content, and time of loading and departure from ready mix plant, arrival and departure time of truck, time of completion of discharge. So these points, and of course notations to indicate equipment was checked and found to be free of contaminants prior to batching. So these points are important because these are general but very specific points for every batch. Batch means for every truck mixer carrying whatever cubic meter of concrete, maybe 6, maybe 9. For all that concrete, this document shall corroborate. It corroborates, but it was filled in. Even though this is 9 or 8 cubic meter mixers, this is many batches are there, and every batch can be different, but we cannot check every batch now except as small batches, and that would tell us what's small. If you go through again, it says what this ticket should give you: name of supplier, ready-mix supplier, and number, of course, number of ticket, number should be there, date should be there, then truck number, and a contractor to whom this which contractor this concrete ready-mix concrete is going, and name of that contractor, and name of contract, and location of office. Who is designer? Let's say who is designer. Then after that, grade, grade of concrete. What grade it is? Specified workability. What is workability coming out of that? What is required? And type and source of cement, from where the cement has come and what's this type. Then source of aggregate. We got this from this mining or that mining, Qatar mining or some other mining. From where it take out source, take out source and use this. Then you see, after that, after specified workability, what is there? Type and source of cement, we have seen, source of aggregate, and nominal maximum size of aggregate. See, source of aggregate is given, means it should not be from different source until it's lying on one approval. You could get different sources in same, but source of one source is one material is okay. After that, you go further, means nominal maximum size of aggregate and quantity of each concrete ingredient. Which quantities of ingredients, sand quantity, dust quantity, aggregate quantity, different size of aggregate quantity, you have to prescribe in that And type of admixtures and quantity, it could be calcium nitride, it could be your special type of chemicals, or you can have still shots also. It's up to you. In that case, when so many information you're getting, then nominal mixes after source of a nominal mixes, size of aggregate, quantity, which quantity, ingredient, type of admixture and quantity, water cement ratio, or we can say. After thinking a lot, now it's also our duty to concentrate on something about this. These are limited parameters given here. It says quantity of each ingredients, type or mixtures, water content, type of loading and departure for the mix plant, arrival and departure time of truck, time of completion of discharge. Notation to indicate equipment was checked and found to be free of contaminants prior to batching. Now in this, what I note, slump is not included, temperature is not included, which should be there because when concrete is discharged from batching plant, slump is taken there, temperature is noted, and percentage of air that is felt is also given. Well, it's not given here, doesn't matter that it doesn't happen. Sometimes they try for sake of writing only or whatever information is available with that writer, but that's part of testing at batching plant and also when that load reaches site. Arrival times and departure times are given and time of completion of discharge is given. So arrival time and departure time are given because there is a range that this is maximum time truck can stay on site. So that if truck stays more than that mix is not accepted because setting time starts. So time of loading and time of departure from ready mix plant, arrival and departure time of truck and time of completion of discharge and water content are very important points to be kept in mind. And then our notation to indicate equipment was checked and found to be free of contaminants prior to batching. Now a copy of delivery note shall be given to engineer site representative for each load. And some people has habit just to sign this. A copy of delivery note shall be given to engineer site representative for each load. That's true. And then what we say, unless approved otherwise in advance of batching, all concrete of single design mix for any 1 day pour shall be from a single batch plant of a single supplier. Ready mix concrete shall conform to BS 8500 in addition to GSO EN 2016. GSO means Gulf GCC standards EN 2061, except materials testing and mix design shall be as specified in this section. Now transit mixer equipped with automatic devices for recording number of revolutions of drum shall be used. Number of revolutions, which is also recorded, how many revolutions of drum in a minute are taken. That's important information. And transit mixers equipped with automatic devices of recording numbers of revolutions of drum shall be used, and that's okay. Excess water over maximum allowed by mix design shall not be added. So there is no question of adding excess water onto that batch. Each mixer truck shall arrive at job site with its water container full. Water container full. This means there is a water container in addition to concrete container, concrete drum. So water container separately is available and that is full. That's purpose of washing, etc. Each mixer truck shall arrive at job site with its water container full. Feeling some headache. In event that a container is not full or concrete tests give a greater slump. In event that container is not full or concrete tests give a greater slump, then acceptable load shall be rejected. This is very good point. A very point sense. Whatever approved slump is, if this slump drops more than that, more than approved ones or specified one, then that truck should be rejected. This is what it says. Because water is more than required in that case, and that affects working and durability of concrete road. So, this point is very clear. Do not be lazy on this point, and do not try to hide facts that it's question of returning concrete. Okay. That says what it says, shade temperature. Shade means some shade there. There's some cover of some shade is there, small shade where sun is not available directly. Temperature and concrete temperature shall be recorded. Concrete temperature and shade temperature shall be recorded at point of discharge of mixer, and at placement for each load of concrete delivered to site. What is recorded means shade temperature and concrete temperature you have to record, and then you have to take concrete to placement location for each load of concrete delivered to site. Now maximum and minimum temperature and wet bulb temperature shall be recorded daily. Maximum and minimum temperatures and wet bulb temperatures shall be recorded daily for purpose of record investigation on every day. This is routine, and no slump test shall be performed in accordance with BSEN 12350 or relevant GSO standard at point of placement as stated in part 6. No water shall be added at site. No water can be added. It's illegal if you add water without telling someone or without even. No water can be added. That's what it says. Now it's another one. Appendix A, this concrete plant inspection checklist. We're talking of plants so far. Concrete plant actually is very important. Let us discuss a little on that. We're talking of batching plant, which is a systematic work, and means it's a technology belt. It's advanced technology of mixing when there is no concrete batching plants. We used to mix concrete on sites by installing mixers, way batches. Of course, these mixers were way batches, not but just volumetric. And before these batches, we used to mix by volumes. That was tricky, volume batching it was called. And depending on grades of concrete, there's certain volumes, like we used to say volume ratio, and we used to do in that way. Just I'm telling you difference of advanced technology, how it's working now. We used to make some box, timber box or some other box, which could be equal to size of cement bag in volume. Means generally one bag of cement is supposed to have 1.25 CFT of CFT volume. which is equivalent to one bag of cement. So we should say that if we need a concrete of M15 grade or 15 newtons per meter square, the volume ratio is 1 is to 2 is to 4, let us say. 1 is cement, 2 is sand and or dust, or 4 is aggregate. We used to consider like that. Means when we add, you can say, let's say four aggregate boxes, standard box of volumetric measurement, that's equivalent to 1.25 CFT of cement. That four forces volumes go to hopper of that mixer, and then only half of that is dust or sand, and then cement bag is directly was added. That was processed at that time, and during that we had to add water also to that mixer. Water, say 0.35, water cement, say 0.35 or 0.4. Let's say 0.4, and then say 0.4, and this we are making one mix of one bag of cement, one or two bag of cement quantity. Let's assume one liter of water. We have to understand that point means in those days, and there was no RMC, 0.4 water cement ratio means if there's one bag of 50 kg cement we are going to add. So 0.4 water cement ratio is cement, whatever is there is 0.4. Whatever is there. Still you can see in course sometimes that in case of there's no basic plant, others go boxes. So then what happened? That was of course when you added all these aggregates and water to that side mixer, which was weigh batching actually, not later on weigh batching, not volumetric. Volumetric I am explaining to you. For 3 minutes this mixing was done to a time when we could say that this is uniform color or uniform texture, and it can be used for approximately 3 minutes, that one bag of mix, or if it's heavy mixer, 2 bag mix, that were really done for information. Still there's a problem somewhere nowadays, when there's no batching plants, you can use that side mixer. Later on this mixer was upgraded to weigh batcher, means rather than using volumetric measurement of ingredients, start to using weigh batcher. There's a dial on mixer, and that dial was set as we continued our aggregate, depending on that, and automatically used to pull that quantity to machine. I used to say person. Later on, when big quantities of concrete were required, system of RMC came up, fast concrete, ready concrete, because even if it was weigh batcher, manual working took time to produce. Speedy means we had limited quantity on site, so the speed was also limited. But RMC started, and we got faster delivery of concrete. I says 35 to 400 35 to many units of concrete. When batching plants came into being or even central mixing plant, then these site mixers were not allowed, or in only rare cases there are like blinding concrete or small quantities of concrete where it was difficult to get orders from ready-mix plant. Suppose you need 1 or 2 cubic meter of concrete for columns, it happens depending on, they do not allow because their transit mixture and pumps are already busy, and for small quantity they generally do not accept timely delivery, or you have to take at night or some other time when these are free. That's business and where it works like that. So that's what I was saying about batching plants history, and it is like that. You cannot avoid that. These people are crazy, sending messages and disturbing my work. That's what I tell you. I don't like such friendship. For nothing they are sending messages, for nothing. Just you have to read your message and hey, disturb it. You write something if you want to raise something, write some questions about talk, write some technical question, write something else so that I also feel happy that you are interested in knowledge. Just sending photos and this and that. Just in 5 seconds you see the same photo. I don't know. I'm really fed up. These people don't have the shame, They know that I'm objecting, and then they are saying, I have just to delete their messages for nothing. Sometimes you feel irritated by such people. What sort of friendship is this? Nonsense it is. Just, they don't know what other guy is doing, just disturbing for nothing, as if I'm sitting for them here. Such stupid people, means they are not qualified people, they illiterate people. They don't know why they are wasting time of other person. Now, Appendix A, concrete plant inspection checklist. This is a part of quality, you may say. And it says, now title is Qatar General Organization for Standards and Standardization. Concrete plant check inspection checklist. Sorry, this is, time is 5:43. So if I can put my battery is full, if I can just put it for half an hour so that it's not loaded well, that can be better. Let me put it up for half an hour. Just please excuse me. Let me put it for half an hour. Put that side better. Light as well, see that. Okay. Let's now continue. It says called Qatar General Organization for Standards and it says that there is written non-new approval, renewal regulations. Well, that's something like well. 1. General information of plant. I'll talk about half an hour of this and then we'll shift to FIDIC. So general information of plant, it is given company name, whatever is company, inspection date and AM, PM, okay. Plant location means where it is located and plant numbers. Plant manufacturer, plant ID number, approval certificate number and contact a plant. Then factory condition, what is that? Let us say concrete floor under mixer and silos, yes or no, means there should be concrete floor under mixer and silos. Question is yes or no. Then concrete floor with slope under materials. Concrete floor with slope under materials, yes or no. The slope under materials means this water, it will drain out. And if there is no scope, water shall stagnate there. This is what I would say. Hard and stable surface of axis and ramps. Yes or no? Hard and stable surface for axis and ramps. Then floors clean. Yes or no? Cleaning plan implements. Cleaning plan implemented or no? Yes or no? Drainage system. Yes or no? Separated place of waste material. Yes or no? Separated place of waste material. Separated place of wash tank. Yes or no? And then it is 3, material storage and handling. Cement and cementitious materials. Cement and cementitious materials including blended cements, fly ash, GGBS, silica fumes, and silos of cement. Now, outside clearance for cement silos, yes or no? Outside cleaning for cement silos, external I would say. Then cement scale calibration, cement scale, measuring scale calibration, yes or no? That is current one, not old one, not expired one. This means that there is a frequency at which calibration for cement must be carried out. Then reflective color for cement silos, yes or no? Then board clarity, cement types. Board clarify, cement type, yes or no? And generally reflective color, it's white probably, so that less heat goes to that silo. Then silos of cementitious material, what does it say? Outside cleaning for cementitious silo, yes or no? Or other comment. And cementitious scale decalibration, current expired. Where is cement or cementitious calibration comes, its current or expired. Then reflective color for cementitious silos, yes or no? Bold clarify, cementitious type, yes or no? All cementations materials axis of use protected underground, under shade, yes or no? All cementitious materials axis of use protected under shade, yes or no? Now aggregate, about aggregate it says. Aggregate shading, yes or no, means aggregate should be under shade, not open. Aggregate separation under shade, yes or no? Separation means there may be 2 types of aggregates, then also dust or sand. So aggregate separation under shade, yes or no? Then aggregate separation in bins. Aggregate separation in bins, yes or no? Aggregate scale calibration, current external. Scale calibration, current external. Expired. And cover for conveyor belt, yes or no? And then board clarify, aggregate type, yes or no? Effective method for checking level of material inside bins, yes or no? Water and admixture supply. Water and admixture supply, what it says? Water supply. Water pipe insulated, yes or no? Chiller using, yes or no? Chiller to keep water cold like AC. Sometimes we have to use that one to keep temperature of comfort within limit. So chiller using, yes or no? Ice plant or nitrogen cooling, yes or no? Water gauge calibration, yes or no? Water gauge calibration, yes or no? Water ice plant or nitrogen cooling, yes or no? Water gauge calibration, current and typing. Then you say this is admixture supply, because water gauge calibration you have taken now. Admixture supply, additive storage silos, additive storage silos, yes or no? Additive gauge calibration, current or expired, board clarify, admixture type, yes or no? All admixture access of use protected under shade. All admixture access of use protected under, yes or no? Agitation system for all storage tanks. Agitation system for all storage tanks or silos more than 5,000 liter. More than 5,000 liter, yes or no? This is agitation system. Agitate these, agitate them so that they keep in live, not settle or not consolidated there. Then requirements of concrete batching plant. Requirements of concrete batching plant. What it says? Certificate validity, yes or no? Computer control, yes or no? Plant type, wet mix or dry mix, yes or no? There can be wet also and there can be dry also. Sometimes plant delivers dry mix and on site it works and mixes water into that. Then computer printout, yes or no? Calibration validity, current and expired, and cleaning of plant blades, yes or no? After that is laboratory. What it says? What laboratory says? So it says required test to QCS 2014. Second is was test performed and frequency of test, and then comments of inspection. So record of raw materials and cube test. This is laboratory giving. Grading means yes or no was test performed. Then fines content percentages, yes or no? And then clay lumps and friable particles, yes or no? Then lightweight pieces, yes or no? What was test performed? Was test performed? It says, first column says required test to QCS 214, and that is test number in first column. Then was test performed, yes or no? Then frequency of tests, and then comments of inspection. This is what is giving. So we have to take into that spread, right? This is that. It's not that simple as you're thinking. It's laboratory report, so it's also very important from laboratory refinement and slating body. That's the problem here. No. What it says grading. Now in number 1 I said 611. It's grading was test performed, yes or no? Grading was performed, yes or no? Fines content performed, yes or no? Fine quality performed, yes or no? And clay lumps and friable particles performed, yes or no? So lightweight pieces Lightweight pieces performed yes or no, and test performed, I'm saying. And organic impurities, yes or no, test performed. Water absorption, test performed, yes or no. And particle density, yes or no. And shell content, performed, yes or no. And flakiness index percentages, yes or no. So chloride content, performed, yes or no. Sulfate content, performed, yes or no. Soundness, performed, yes or no. And Los Angeles aberration, performed, yes or no. Moisture content, performed, yes or no. And compressive strength, performed, yes or no. Other tests not given, such as recycled aggregate. Then there is a specimen test at inspection time. Specimen test. Items, case, and that is what is this. Method of slump test, yes or no. Curing of samples, yes or no. Water temperature of curing tank, yes or no. Then concrete temperature at point, yes or no. Concrete slump at plant, yes or no. Laboratory equipment calibration. Alright, then we say sieves, yes or no. First is compression testing machine, yes or no. And then it says sieves, yes or no. Balance, yes or no. And thermometer, yes or no. Then there are recommendations from inspector who does this, and that's what I say. Let me put my buttons correctly. I think I'm feeling a problem here. So recommendations now are as follows. Now, then plant representative information. What plant representative says? Name of representative, contact number is simply contact, not contact number, and signature. Then inspection team, inspected by signature 1, 2, okay. Now we go to transportation and placing of concrete. Transportation and placing of concrete. So I should take some more time on this. Page 78, not even 1/3 yet. General. In this is general. In general it is scope of work, references, submittals. And in transportation general, pumped concrete and records. And placing concrete is general, preparing, placing, compaction, continuity of concrete work. Then the general, and that is scope, and now we are talking of general. We started now. Scope of work. Scope of work. I'm feeling a little headache. I think that I'm annoyed because of this walk. So, scope. What's scope and transportation? Let us see. This part deals with transportation, placing and compaction of concrete. Transportation, placing and compaction of concrete. Because this transportation is up to location where concrete is to be placed. Now related parts are as follows. Part 1 general, Part 7 concrete plants, Part 9 formwork, Part 15 hot weather conditions, part 16. These are related to this part. Now, references are ACI 304 Guide for Measuring, Mixing, Transporting and Placing Concrete, ASTM C94, that is Specification for Ready Mix Concrete, and BS 8500 Concrete Complementary British Standards to BS EN 2061. Now BS EN 206-1 is Concrete Specification, Performance, Production and Conformity. And EN 1992-1-1 is Eurocode 2, Design of Concrete Structures, General Rules and Rules for Buildings. These are references. Now it says submittals. It says submittals. Should contractor propose to use concrete pumps? Should contractor propose to use concrete pumps for transportation and placing of concrete, he shall submit details of equipment and operating techniques he proposes to use for approval of engineer. Okay. Method statement shall be submitted for approval for major concrete placements, which shall address as follows. This method should say planned rate of placing. Planned rate of placing. Number of batching plants. Number of batching plants. Batching plants means where one plant has many batches. 2, maybe 3, maybe 4, depending on the size of that. And one may be delivering say 20 to 35 cubic meter, and that as planned rate of placing, the number of batching plants and number of trucks. Trucks means transit mixers, not trucks like that being stands or just transit mixers. And number and positioning of pumps. And pour sequence. Quality control measures. And after that, pour sequence and quality control measures, and spare equipment, any other factor that might affect placing of concrete. So this is very important point here, which is a must to be understood by every engineer, that first of all, it's not constant, it varies for every activity. On every activity, major activity, this varies because its requirements are different. It says planned rate of placing. Rate of placing depends on quantity you are placing, area of placing means how many persons you have, what supply you have. So planned rate of placing depends upon all such factors. Number of batching plants depends on how many plants that central mixing plant has. Somebody one is generally not there, 2 are there, because if one breaks, other ones. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, depending upon how much supply they can give you. And then it is number of trucks, how many trucks you can get. One truck may get you 8 cubic meter, let us say 8 or 9. And if you are getting 5 trucks with a gap of 5 minutes, This means if one truck is giving you, that is a 30, 40, what they give you, then so it's very important point means planned rate of placing you have to decide before placing order, because if rating is good, placing speed is good, concrete shall be good. The number of batching plants and your supply depends on batching plant. So that's a point to be understood. Then how many trucks can you get with frequency and number and positions of pumps where you have to locate. One pump, you may have two pump, you may also three pump if these are free sometimes, and that also, because from each direction if you go after that is means number and pushing of pumps in core sequence. You may start some concrete from two sequences. You can start from three sequences, depending upon how best you can do it. Not necessarily one sequence you start. Maybe there's concrete two sides or three sides. That depends on the pipe now. So these are the points now, the very important points you have to understand. Each planning sequence or sequence, as I said, you can start from an inward sides and quality control measures, just like slump, cube, air wall, air entrapments, and spare equipment you have, and other factors that might affect placing of concrete for every small or big quantity. Even if you are having columns, you have to see how best you can do, because that is also very complicated placing. So it looks very small quantity but timely, because you have to cast those columns in layers, and that layer, if there's no self compacting concrete, ordinary concrete, you have to check layers, take controls, then quantity consumption of pouring is less, but other activities are more. So you may not get speedy concrete in that case, but pumps are required. Or if you are not doing pumps, there's no other way to do that, because you are casting say 3 meters or 4 meters, only pump can do that. So this is just a guidance factor here, but this method statement sequence should be given for every code. I actually, for example, I can give you an example. I remember, I actually don't remember, I can just immediately get you know, but that can be, well, I had that. If I don't exactly remember, I can give you now or no. Let me try if I could find that. It's a question of few moments. I many times explained to you about that, and I forget actually that's problem. I forget myself. In the Excel file, I don't know whether I have there or not, or some other is an Excel file in that. So I don't know. And over the system, let's see if we can do that. It's not here as well, so let me see document. I go to document and document controls, start, one more startup there. Control, it is rough concrete. I think yes, it's a see. I got it. Just see what I've done here. Let's see. Now it's I can say, see if you can see here. Direction is different here actually. This is it's a foundation that is big compressor foundation about 2 meters deep, and let us say maybe 25 meters length and 5, 6 or 8 meters wide, 10 meters wide. And this is going to be poured in layers. Layers though look vertical, but there is sequencing on that. Which layer we have to cast first, and this is section of that. And there are so many layers, and we have to keep a sequence of that. Troop sequence, why sequence, I explain to you later on. And then its complete position, there's a plan of that, and location of pumps, etc. is shown in that. And similarly, I cannot see, only if you see other part of that also you see, this complete sketch is not shown here. It's from right side, on this end. You can say it's in a pump location, for example. And it goes on moving as such. It goes on the other end. You will see layers are shown, how many. And also another sketch is there which is regarding, this is it's a raft, You can see the raft, and I can see plan out of this raft. Come on, yaar, ये क्यों बीच में आते हैं? बनते नहीं है लोग यार. See. This is plan of a raft, and there's a sequence, vertical sequencing, how to pour that. So that's what I try to show you. Means I can't explain to you why this is sketch. And I wrote a projector here. So now let's move further. What actually I wanted to say is this: I tried to show to you about sequence, how sequence is made. These two were big major foundations. One was raft and one was composite foundations. There were 6 or 7 or 8 layers in vertical. So in that case, what happens? You have to number these layers. You cannot say I go vertically like that horizontal. No, it's not that. You have to see cold joint is avoided. Means cold joint means we laid concrete, say one concrete we laid, then we are laying another concrete, then we are laying another concrete. There should be a time gap between one layer which has started setting, other layer which is going to come. Before that layer starts setting, new layer must come on that, so that both layers are hot in nature, not cold. Joints are in hot position. Both are at temperature, and the reaction doesn't start, let us say half a minute, not half a minute, let me say half an hour. If the necessary time is 20 to 24, 25 minutes, whole day we understand, and when it is like that, you get benefit of service. So when you lay one layer, another layer must come before it gets. So that's called, that's called hot joint. And that's why we make sequence of. This is only reason. Otherwise we can say, okay, let's bring concrete, pull on, go on pulling on, putting on that. No, that is not professional. You cannot control that way. Let us say 2 meters wide, 2 meters wide, 2 meters wide, complete course is 40 centimeter thickness. It depends on nozzle vibrator. It may require 30 centimeter or 300 mm or 45 centimeter, 350 mm, or depending on how much this vibrator nozzle can go into concrete, and also the previous concrete at least 100 mm should go for purpose of interlocking. So layer thickness is limited. This is one point. And another point is flash setting. We have to avoid that. Means flash setting means temperature difference between concrete and reinforcement. This temperature must be minimized as much as possible, because we are very brilliant. We don't worry about what happens. They sometimes say life is serious. Some people say, I say yes, I am very serious, but I am happy, very serious life. So that's what this work is, serious work. Means you have to be serious for activity, not laughing sense you should have. You laugh after doing something, I did it and I did that. But as far as concrete is concerned, it's more important to do better work than bad work. And when you do better work, you are a different engineer. That point was there, so we talked of that, and I will shift now to again saying sequence of concrete reactor. So sequence is what? Let us say like this, because I will close this and I'll start other one. Plant rate of placing, number of batching plants, number of trucks, number of positioning of pumps, pour sequence, quality control measures, spare equipment, other factors that might affect placing of concrete. Curing is also not here. It should be there. Procedure of curing. There may be, let us say, 1000 cubic meter concrete. There may be 5000 cubic meter concrete, depending on size of that, which may continue for 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. And people won't stop once you start that concrete. You can't stop. So you have to also prepare, in addition to what we have written here, you've seen it also, quality work to be done very well. That's important. So this is, suppose it's 1000 cubic meter or 2000, 5000 cubic meter. I'm going to finish in 3 days. Let us say 5000 cubic meter. It is to be poured in 3 days, or let us say 3 days means continuously 72 hours. 5000 cubic meters, 72 hours the difference. This means in 72 hours you have to keep some margin also. So 5000 cubic, let's say to place in 50 hours. Other time you keep for finishing and adjustment of curing. So 5000 cubic meter place in 50 hours. This means you have to place continuously 5000 divided by 50. So you can say 5000 divided by 50, 100 cubic meter per hour. When you have to place concrete 100 cubic meter per hour, this means one plant may give you 30 cubic meter or 35 cubic meter per hour. So you need at least four mixing plants there, because 4 can give you 140, but you have to keep safe margin. So you can get 100 cubic meter per hour only when you have 4 mixers there on batching plant, and accordingly you should have directions from where you have to start towards, and you cannot say you will keep only from one direction. Maybe you at least select 2 or 3 directions to do your concrete work, and also be ready with the stop ends of that, because in case of breakdown you might have to do something else, or you might change your direction, keep 2 directions only. It depends on that. That's very important point. So you may keep one for standby and use two only. So it will of course increase time of and then you need always sure to work with this concrete crew. If they work in daytime and dark night time and they work in daytime and night time, help should not be right here. And therefore we have to be very calculative on how to handle concrete. This is also a very big quality part of quality performance, which is very important. And that means this is one point I just explained to you. Doesn't mean it's only there. So next it says method statement should be submitted at least 3 days in advance of planned pour to allow time for supervisor, consultant to understand what you want to do, and if required by engineer or any other concerned party, a pre-pour planning meeting may be arranged with representatives from ready-mix supplier, contractors and engineer. Contractor shall submit to engineer for approval details of his proposed operators with standby equipment. Then after that is transportation, and I will take it later on. It's page 80, and I'll now shift to FIDIC. At least for 1 hour we talk of that. I close this file and move to FIDIC for concrete this much today only. It's very important chapter where to discuss about concrete batching plant, its requirements, its quality audit, and how to mix it, how to plant concrete, how to be ready with that. This is very important part of this. And now we move on to our FIDIC, and that I open file of FIDIC because I cannot keep open FIDIC, and where it's gone, FIDIC construction. So this is here. I open this and I'll see how much you've done. So scan is also goes and put of scan. Now in this FIDIC, we were talking of last one that was I think it was in what it was advisory note to users of FIDIC, not that one. It is something else. I'm in FIDIC world, and let me also put my battery on. Otherwise, by chance I don't do it, will cheat me. This battery, this computer shall be off, and this video break. So I now keep that also on. Okay. It happens sometimes with battery off and this recording goes away without completion. So disputes and arbitrations, clause 21, employers and contracts claims, 197, and exceptional events. Now here we are going through these clauses and discussion of these clauses. Advance payment. We are talking of certain clauses, differentiations, reaching there. Yes, I think somewhere here. It is limitation of liability, compliance with laws. We have gone through that. So notes on preparation of special provisions. That's we were talking of, and we had gone through that. We had gone through in that notes on preparation of special provisions. That we were talking general provisions. We had discussed test for completion. Then we had to go to interpretation, notice of priority of documents. All we have done. Then example we have taken up. So where we employer right of access, that's also we have gone. Examples we have gone. Then where were we? And now I think it's engineer time. Let's go to that. Clause 3, that is engineer, and subclause 3.1, that's engineer. What is engineer? This what actually we thought we have to do in that. Maybe if I do it again. The problem. It's recommended that engineer who was appointed by employer to carry out employer's design of works is retained by employer to act as engineer under contract for services during construction of works. In appointment of engineer, it is recommended that employer and engineer use form of agreement FIDIC clients consultant model service agreement. If that is okay, that's something else now. It's now engineer's duties and authority. I explained to you, but let us see again, because this is very important one, engineer's duties and authority. In performing engineer's duties and in exercising his authority, his or her means its authority. When I say its authority, it includes his and her. In performing engineer's duties and exercising its authority under contract, engineer should take due regard of FIDIC code of ethics for consulting engineers and duty to prevent corruption and bribery as described in publications. So that's natural. Bribery and corruption is not accepted. FIDIC guide for integrity management. FIDIC guide for integrity management in consulting industry. Policies and principles, first edition, all. Leave that. FIDIC guides for integrity management system, leave it. Everybody says mind system, but one question is here ethics only. If there are any requirements of employer's consent, subclause requires that these should be set out in special provisions, and so following provisions should be added to this subclause. Now what could be added is example: engineer shall obtain consent of employer before taking action under following subclauses of conditions. And so subclause this and subclause this. We'll just write names, numbers of clauses where agreement or determination, for example, agreement or determination, please see below, and describe specific procedures to be followed by engineer where appropriate. Now, this list should be extended or reduced as necessary as is given. If obligations to obtain employer's consent only applies beyond certain limits, financial or otherwise, example wording should be varied accordingly. So it should be noted that all such requirements shall not be applied to any action or action by engineer under subclause 3.7 agreement and determination as stated in subclause 3.2 engineer's duties and authority of general conditions. Now, delegation by engineer. What is that? Engineers assistants may include design engineers. Engineers assistants may include design engineers, other construction professionals, technicians, inspectors, and or specialist independent engineers, and or inspectors appointed to monitor and review execution of works, including inspecting and or testing items of plant and or materials. It's a very important paragraph. This is delegation by engineer. Means engineering delegates authority to his associates or staff. You can call them associates or you can call them deputies, and why you can call them, both are okay terms. Generally, they are, you can say, a kind of key consultants. So engineers assistants may include design engineer, Other construction professionals, technicians, inspectors and or specialists, independent engineers and or inspectors appointed to monitor and review execution of works, including inspection and or testing items of plant and materials. Now design engineer, a person who designs, who is responsible for drawings, authority on drawings, though authority is given by engineer, but that person works on those drawings completely, and that person is design engineer responsible exclusively for designs of that project. Other construction professionals are technicians, for example. Technicians, I'm going to say, technician can be anybody who deals with methodology, who deals on site to ensure work is done, technology is done. Inspector also do same thing. And whatever specialists are there, electrical specialists, mechanical specialists, HVAC specialists, or other technology specialists, CCTV, SCADA, lift, escalator, or specialist chemical services like laboratories, or whatever special provisions are there on site, on project, special persons are required, or maybe some furnished items or some other special architectural items. All those are supervised by specialist independent engineers and or inspectors appointed to monitor and review execution of works, including inspecting and or testing items of plant and or materials. If it is anticipated that engineers assistants may not all be fluent in language for communications defined in subclause law and language, consideration should be given to amending subclause. So what is that? That was in second paragraph of subclause 3.4 as law and language, add following. If assistants are not fluent in this language, engineers shall make competent competent interpreters available during all working hours. Such interpreters available during all working hours in number suitable for those assistants. All right, no problem. It says if any assistants are not fluent in this language, engineers shall make competent interpreters available during all working hours in a number sufficient for those assistants to properly perform their assigned duties and or exercise their delegated authority. I am sometimes lost. Don't think I'm lost. I actually break my concentration just to think what to speak about that. And it happens, don't take it otherwise. Means sometimes I lose concentration because of lack of sleep. It doesn't matter that I am away from you. For instance, it happens long talks and it's hard. It happens naturally. I'm not taking any tea in between. Just taking water. I take my tea at around 3. So around 4 hours without tea is not easy. Alright, now let us talking about engineer's instructions. Now language is over means we have to, it says that in case language is a problem, contract language is something else, and these people don't understand what language is used, in that case what to do. You have to employ some people like interpreters, for example. These people know English, they don't know Arabic, so English to Arabic and Arabic to English translators you have to engage for convenience of those. But now it's not that, means generally people know English, so because those people working with contractors, they know English, it doesn't matter, engineers know English, supervisors know English. But there may be some people who are French or who are Germans who don't know something else, like for them it may be necessary. Now there's an engineer's instruction then. If applicable law prevents contractor from complying with engineer's instruction, if that's subclause 3.5, if applicable law prevents contractor from complying with any engineer's instruction that may have an adverse effect on health and safety of contractor's personnel, subparagraph B of subcontract subclause may be amended. Let us see again what does it mean. If applicable law prevents contractors from complying with certain engineer's instruction that may have an adverse effect on health and safety of contractors' personnel, subparagraph B of this subclause may be amended like what? Like at end of subparagraph B of subclause 3.5, add like this, or will adversely affect health and safety of contractors' personnel. Now, if condition of contract are to allow for giving of oral instructions by engineer, this subclause may be amended. If conditions of contract are to allow for giving of oral instructions by engineer, you have to amend. Example, at end of subclause 3.5, add following. If engineer or a delegated assistant gives an oral instruction, receives a written confirmation of instruction from contractor within 2 working days after giving oral instruction, and does not reply by issuing a written rejection and or instruction within 2 working days after receiving confirmation, then a contractor's confirmation shall constitute written instruction of engineer or delegated assistant, as case may be. So it's different. Now what it says, again I am reading so that it's clear. If engineer or delegated assistant gives an oral instruction to contractor or staff and receives a written confirmation of instruction from contractor within 2 working days after giving oral instruction, and does not reply by issuing a written rejection, I would say engineer does not reply by issuing a written rejection and or instruction within 2 working days after receiving this confirmation, in contractor's confirmation shall constitute written instruction of engineer or delegated assistant, as case may be. Now let's go to other one, that is agreement of determination. Agreement or determination. Now engineer shall not delegate, is clause 3.7. Engineer shall not delegate any of its duties under subclause to engineer's representative if appointed, or to whatever assistant as stated under subclause 3.4, delegation by engineer. Now opening words of this subclause state that engineer shall act neutrally between parties. Opening words of this subclause state that, because agreement or determination it is, opening words of this clause states that engineer shall act neutrally between parties when carrying out its duties under subclause and shall not be deemed to act for employer. By these statements, it is intended that although engineer is appointed by employer and acts for employer in most other respects under contract, when acting under this subclause, engineer treats both parties even handedly in a fair minded and unbiased manner. We repeat it. It's very important clause because it relates to agreement or determination. Agreement means whatever claim made by contractor for the determination of certain amount by employer, both mutually. Both make some claims on each other, and that agreement or determination is required to be made by engineer as, like, a third party agreement, because for him employer as well as contractor are not party on his contract as far as this determination and agreement is concerned. So it says now, opening words of this clause, subclause states that engineer shall not select neutrally between both parties when carrying out its duties under this subclause. And so what does it mean now? We read again this important clause. Means how to explain to you. It says that both parties claim on each other, but engineer has to determine about that claim. For this purpose, though engineer is paid by employer, but engineer has no relation to employer as far as agreement or determination is concerned. He's got neither relation to employer nor to contractor, because they are both parties on contract. This means here engineer has to determine itself. It cannot represent someone else on this, and it has to decide, keeping apart relation of employer's payment to engineer. Engineer has to act independently on both, have to consider merits and demerits of both claims, and then decide what is fact, what is due to what is due to employer and not due to employer, what is due to contractor and not due to contractor. This mastery, neutral mastery, engineers must have, because he has to give reason also. He has to write on that, and that reason is recorded. That shall become part of consideration, reference during DAB or or if so happens during arbitration. So nothing should be left unclear. If engineers feel like unclear, then no one can help you. No one. Engineer must be a master on this subject. He has to make a judgment, independent judgment, impartial judgment. I mean to say, a judgment which is favored by none, and no favor has been given to employer or to subcontractor. So, opening words in subclause states that engineers shall act neutrally between parties when carrying out duties under this subclause and not be deemed to act for employer. By these statements, it's intended that although engineer is appointed by employer and acts on employer in most of other respects under contract, when acting under this subclause, engineer treats both parties even handedly in a fair minded and unbiased manner. Now we go to meetings. Meetings, it may be useful to give information in specification of a planned timetable of meetings. May be useful to give information. This is subclause 3.8. It may be useful to give information in specifications of a planned timetable of meetings, such as management meetings, site meetings, technical meetings, and progress meetings. So, management meeting, site meeting, technical meeting, and progress meeting. So that's about meeting. So they are definitely management meeting. You know what's management meeting? Big meeting between management of two organizations, employer and contractor. It will be government body, it will not be government body, it will be private body, yet MD levels, HM level from all parties, both parties come to meeting. So we have to understand that. Top meeting between MDs, chairmen, and site meeting on site. And site meeting means meeting between resident engineer and site manager. And technical meeting between assistant in technical matters, coordinations, electrical, mechanical, others, all those subcontractors and contractor as well as engineer staff. And products meetings are about what inspection on site and what percentages and between quantity survey is possible. Now about this was about engineer. So engineer deals with what we can say here, that in engineer's column, first of all this engineer, then engineer's duties and authorities, and delegation by engineers and engineer's instructions, agreement determinations and meetings. This was main part of engineer. So what role engineer has here? We have to understand that point. We explained before also role of engineer, and that role is not limited to, these are main points, that there will be variations, but role is different. Role is in totality. We cannot stratify roles. We cannot stratify in a way it is shown. Engineer is in totality responsible for project, in totality in a sense, not construction but designs and effects of designs, soil investigation. If design comes in responsibility of engineer, when designs come in responsibility of engineer, Soil investigation also goes to responsibility of engineer. Uh, Complete design sense goes to responsibility of engineer. What system of design is required to be adopted? What level of safety is considered? How actions are taken? Design actions like means codes are adopted, whether this engineer adopts Euro codes or American codes or British codes or combination of all those, and what level of safety factors that engineers adopts. Means design in totality, standards of design, and how long this structure has to work. All those go to parts of engineer's role. And what sort of specifications, what quality standards engineer plans also go to engineer's role. And also stratification of foundations, what soil investigation speaks about and what engineers expects. Soil investigation plays a major role in every project. It's not a joke. You don't take it for granted. It cannot be taken for granted. And what level that engineer has to decide, because majority of projects are located near sea level. If these are oil projects, and if these are city projects, residential or commercial projects, these are related to near roads or near street. Or so you have to decide, engineer has to decide finished level of plinth, I mean to say ground level you can say, or nearest level to road, because there are basements or something there can be, and it may be high rise buildings or it may be middle or it may be house plotted houses, depending on. So sometimes in plants you raise level because sea is there or river is there, you have to raise level. What level you have to raise depends, so that flood may not affect if there's flood. And you have to keep in mind seismic requirement, earthquake requirement. How it works means what sort of expectation you have for earthquake, and what you think about wind forces, means 160 kilometer wind may be there, and at what height you consider that. Whatever actions are required in mind and considerations, and sometimes you have to conduct model tests like for wind tunneling test and seismic tests, and you have to, or you are experienced with an area, then you just extract out from boreholes report from soil investigation, or you can say what is rock quality designation in that area, what type of soil is there, whether pilings to be done or we can avoid piling, we can just use massive blocks for foundations of machines, or you can just amend your foundations to so it's a big spread footing, and you have soil, or you improve soil if it is a weak soil and cancer purpose. It's all these points which are covered within designs. And what sort of structure you are going to belting or the structures, a structural beam, RCC beam and designs, RCC design structure, or a combination of RCC design and pre-stress concrete, or structural steel is better for you. That this depends on your what's the level of engineering you appoint. Engineer's appointment is easy, but those engineers who do work and they start some materials demanded first or some money first, and you hate money is not demand, that won't work. This is time when they say that you are working as engineer. So then job of engineer goes to not only design the start of work, then preparation of documentations for tender, bid, which in itself is very big voluminous work. Engineer alone cannot do it, but responsibility goes to engineer. Engineer needs for this various professionals like specification professionals, drawings professionals, architectural professionals, structural professionals, building services professionals, writers for specification of all these disciplines, and and exposures of advancement, update on technology, and then maximum drawings that they can produce, planning what they plan for that project, is it feasible or not, or some items which can't be procured within duration of that period, so you have to place orders for them. That's called long lead items, which is very important point, which may hamper project, because the contractor won't allow them much time during the project, but contractor will be responsible for your order by operation of novation agreement. And then you also see, if you are planning for some facilities, means how many machines or how many equipment or vessels will be purchased for that, how much time it takes. All these points require you know powerful concentration, powerful concept, and powerful will to think of that. It's kind of operational research work. It's kind of research work, because compatibility among various machines to be noted, coordination among various drawings and disciplines to be noted. And if you cannot do that, you cannot say, you either do it yourself, or you get some private person into your contract, and we are responsible in that case fully. So that's the reason I'm saying. Then in addition to this design part, you have to prepare tenders, and tender means everything: specifications, drawings, and general conditions and particular conditions from this FIDIC. And then you have to keep everything in sequence. Then you have to feed, if you have not done feed, front end engineering design, you have to include that also. I have used this feed for my designs, and these are procedures that we have used for designs. If contractor wants to win something, to get that something here, that process is quite powerful. If that contract is not powerful, then it jumps over to not tender itself, it jumps over to post tender work also, after negotiations or after acceptance of an. Then engineer has to deal with bidders. Sorry, once your tender is closed, and you call these shortlisted bidders, then engineer has to deal with them, scrutinize complete documents, and recommends after negotiations with those. Negotiations cannot be price wise, there are so many negotiations, because deal itself is not final, it's not complete price itself. It's to make sure that technical bid and commercial bids are here, either together or in sequences. Those technical bid is first considered, which explains status of contractor, whether or not a contractor is capable of doing that job. And once you establish that yes, this contractor can do that, then you can call contractor, you can deal with him about pricing of that, because there can be different technicalities, methods each contractor uses. So sometimes it's not necessary, and prices are approximately marginal, not very big difference. So price doesn't matter there. If you see there's an alternative method, or there is a better method, better performance described by certain bidder, which can add to quality of that project, means in time saving, or in convenience of work, or what we expect is we perform in some phase in some very small particles of tender. This improvement, then we can say that's very important point. In fact, means if engineer understands which technique is better, which technical bit is better, because as much as technical bit is better, you will find time saving, and you will find professionalism, as well as you will find quality, you will find safe practices, and many more, and you will find competency of persons. And if you think no, it's no problem, we can manage, and we just consider price, as General Honor says, then you have to convince honestly this price difference is very small, very minimum, and we can afford to, this contractor affords, it can afford, so that bid must go. I'm going to say, if you bring someone to squat, just because you don't like that someone. Then it comes now after that solution. Once you have decided to award, this contract goes to this party, you accept your tender and the employer accepts that tender and you publish that, circulate that this is awarded to this one. After that starts job of engineer and assistants, kick-off meeting. It start means conduct kick-off meeting, ask for your plans, ask for how you want to mobilize, and once 1 month time is given, generally 14 days time is given for plans means schedules, and generally maybe more depends, at this one should come in 14 days what you intend that mobilizations will come, and then method execution statement show what is your overall policy of contractor to execute now, what level one is ready, whether or not is what representatives available to join site, are they in a position to mobilize, how much they have known for this project, all this is to discuss, and then protective measures like insurance policies, third parties, services, performance bond, because once tender is granted, tender bond stops and performance bond has to take its place, and replace it, and then you start supervision on site and start meeting means all those rules which we have discussed so far. That's where we stand, means engineer stands. It goes on for years, not for one day. Then we'll ask you submit personal series of all personal, head of site means superintending personnel of site on contractor's behalf, and then agents and maybe professional civil engineers, electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, and their maybe clerk of work or some other quantities engineers. These, when project is big, series of all these persons, safety person series and quality person series and executive person series, all those series for approval of those, because if engineer is not happy with their detailing, he is right to ask people to at least change this, at least replace this if someone is rejected from site. No, no problem. If somebody is not good, we have to remove that. Nothing wrong with that. You know someone, there are people because they no longer they digest it and they are once we decide something, it goes on and on and on till end. Once approval for CV is done, it is meant that engineers on behalf of contractor are competent. If trust is built between engineering staff, engineers and contractor staff, project moves smoothly. And if there is mistrust, nobody trusts each other, there's no meaning of dealing with such people. So engineer has power to ask those people, we don't need these people, replace this because we can't trust them. And trust is very important in every professional life. If you can't trust them, there is no use to break your head with those people. You can't break your head with walls, and if these people are not suitable enough to deal with you, then how can you deal with them? That's the point here. So we must understand these requirements on projects. This is very much requirement, and you cannot take this for granted, and project moves like that. So role of engineer is not that easy as we say. It's responsible role as far as design is concerned, and role of contractor is very important as far as work is concerned, physical work is concerned. In Red Book, when Design is done by employer through engineer, and construction is done by contractor. Then we go further on this talk about contractor now, because engineer's talk is generally over and we have a few minutes left, half an hour, so we can say what to talk of. Contractor now, and contractor talk, that is, I think there's nothing in this. So, no water in this, I think. My water is inside the other one. Okay, cold water, chilled to normal water. So we are talking a contractor class 4. That was class 3 was in here, class 4. Contractor's general obligations, this is subclass of 4.1, and class 4 is contractor. Contractor's general obligations. In some projects there may be an item, there may be an item or items of temporary works for which contractor will not be fully responsible. For example, an employer designed temporary diversion of an existing road. Says that if in some projects there may be an item or items of temporary works for which contractor would not be fully responsible. An example is an employer designed temporary diversion of an existing road or waterway may be necessary to facilitate works. In this case, and in order for second sentence of third paragraph to apply, except to extent specified in contract, items of temporary works and extent of employer's responsibility should be except to extent specified in contract, items of temporary works and extent of employer's responsibility should be clearly stated in contract by employer in specification or by contractor in tender. Now, subclass 4.2, performance security. Acceptable forms of performance security should be included in tender documents. Example, forms are included at end of publication. End of this publication, forms are included at end of this publication in section sample forms. They incorporate 2 sets of uniform rules published by International Chamber of Commerce, that is ICC, which is based at 33 to 43 Avenue du President Wilson 75116, Paris, France, which also publishes guides to these uniform rules. These example forms and wording of subclause may have to be amended to comply with applicable laws. Example. Now, at end of first paragraph of subclause 4.2.1, contractor's obligations, insert is, if performance security is in form of bank guarantee, it shall be issued either by a bank located in this country, or to directly by a foreign bank to which employer gives consent. If performance security is not in form of bank guarantee, it shall be issued by a financial entity registered or licensed to do business in country. at end of first paragraph, subclass 42, contractors obligations. Insert is, if performance security is in form of bank guarantee, it shall be issued either by a bank located in country or directly by a foreign bank to which employer gives consent. Employer gives consent. If performance security is not in form of bank guarantee, it shall be issued by a financial entity registered or licensed to do business in country. Example forms of performance security that are included at end of this publication in section sample forms provide for option to reduce amount of performance security following issue of taking over certificate for whole works of works under clause Right. So let's see what it says again. Uh, Example form of performance security that are included at end of this publication provide for option to reduce amount of performance security following issue of taking over certificate for whole of works under clause 10. If neither of examples form is to be used, consideration should be given to adding provisions of this option to subclass 421. Now, subclass 43 is contractor's representative. Contractor's representative, if contractor's representative is known at time of submission of tender, tenderer may propose that person in its person in this tender propose. Tenderer may wish to propose alternatives, especially if contract award seems likely to be delayed. Main injuring discipline applicable to works. Main injuring discipline applicable to works in which contractor's representative is required to be qualified, experienced and competent should be engineering discipline of works which is of highest value, proportionate to value of works. If it's necessary to stipulate that contractor representative shall be qualified, experienced and competent in a particular engineering discipline in relation to works, following amendment will need made to this subclass. Let's read it again first regarding in contractor's representative, because that's a very important position. It's not child position, it's not budding engineer position, it's heading position. Head, you can say head of company, head of contractor on site. That is contractor's representative, who is representing everywhere when contract is required and is officially authorized. So if contractor's representative says, if contractor representative is known at time of submission of tender, tenderer may propose that person in its tender. Tender may propose that person in tender. Tender may wish to propose alternatives, especially if contract award seems likely to be delayed. Main engineering discipline applicable to works in which contractor's representative is required to be qualified, experienced and competent should be engineering discipline of works which is of highest value proportionate to value of works. If it's necessary to stipulate that contractor's representative shall be qualified, experienced and competent in particular engineering discipline in relation to works, following amendment will need to be made to this subclass. In second paragraph of subclass 4.3, delete main engineering discipline applicable to works and replace with description of engineering discipline. So main engineering discipline should go, and description of engineering discipline comes in. If it's necessary that contractor's representative shall also be fluent in a particular language, means it's necessary that contractor's representative shall also be fluent in a particular language other than language or communications defined in subclause 4, law and language. Following amendment shall be made. What is that? That at end of second paragraph of subclause 4.3, add contractor's representative shall also be fluent in name of language. You have to insert there. It's permissible that a contractor's representative is not fluent in language for communications. It's permissible that contractor's representative is not fluent in language for communications defined in subclause 1.4. Law and language consideration should be given to amending this subclause, and that is insert at end of second paragraph of subclause 4.3. And if contractor's representative is not fluent in this language, contractor shall make competent interpreters available during all working hours sufficient for contractor's representative to properly perform duties and exercises authority under contract. It's permissible that contractor's representative delegates all. It's permissible that contractor's delegates are not all fluent in language or communications defined in subclause 1.4. Law and language considerations should be given to amending subclause. Insert at end of last paragraph of subclause 4.3. Okay, then we go to because these are very delicate clauses, as it says, means contractor's documents now. Contract's document clause 4.4, and I think I have 10-15 minutes probably, maybe. Let me see. Because I can't keep more than 4 hours hanged up into my problem of computer. That's heated up. Well, contract's documents. Preparation and review clause 4.4.1. This is the subclause 4.4.1. Preparation and review. I will put this fan on for 5 minutes. Preparation and review. It is important that specification should clearly specify which contractor's documents employer requires contractor to prepare, which may not necessarily include, for example, all technical documents which contractor personnel will need in order to execute works. So it's important that specification should clearly specify which contractor's document employer requires contractor to prepare, which may not necessarily include, for example, all technical documents which contractors personnel will need in order to execute works. Further, if there are contractors documents that contractor must submit to engineer for review, it's important that they are clearly identified in the specification. If a different review period, then that stated under subclass 4.4.1 is considered necessary, or different review periods are considered necessary for different types of contractors document. Such different review periods should be clearly stated in a specification. Subclass 4.4.3 Operation and Maintenance Manual. If contractor is well, just a minute, let me finish this contractor's document. Actually, it's not clearly free here. I should explain that one. It's also important not to run away like that. Well, in this case of Red Book, when design is by employer through engineer and work on site is done by contractor, documents by practice says that engineer cannot issue documents that are directly applicable to work. Contractor is a professional site executor. Services, particularly services, disciplines like electrical, mechanical, plumbing, drainage, rainwater, CCTV, LPG, and lifts, for example, elevators and travelators. All these are different kind of specialist services. These services drawings depend on actual size of equipment to be used, and that actual size engineer cannot give on drawings, because these are patented items, proprietary items available in standard sizes, and these require specialist drawings, those we call shop drawing or working drawing or installation drawing, or you can say certain drawings like doors and windows, ventilators, where specific designs are available, and openings are okay, openings contractor engineer will give, but detailing of those drawings, aluminum windows and doors, and yourself openings of windows and roof of what they are. So such drawings when are certainly required by staff. Okay, so what I said, these drawings are very important from work point of view. Aluminum sections, for example, aluminum doors and windows, wooden doors and windows, steel doors and windows, cupboards, almirahs, where openings are fixed but detailing is not given. Engineer cannot give detailings. Even if he details a copy from someone that have asked you and that actually what you want to do. You have got samples approved. Those sections of aluminum, doors, windows, you have to get approval from engineer. And then you have to fabricate or manufacture them through your sub-vendors and vendors. So all those drawings or there are some conflicts, you can say. Various coordinations are going on site in architectural and structural and electrical. This you go and have these various conflicts in drawings, which engineer cannot solve directly. You have to see on site and decide if they are technical engineers or associates, and then you have to raise technical points on that in form of clarification or some other, and those may approve what you confirm what you're doing right, or you should do like this. Site memo or site instruction can come. So those all belong in some majority of cases. Contractor is required to do, and in some cases engineering staff or engineers can do. So this all, and then as built. People are not clear about as-built. Wherever drawing is done, engineer issues drawing, okay. Then you also make shop drawing and then working drawing. And even after that, in all structure from foundations to finishes, there can be various changes on site, agreed changes, between contractors and large engineers agreement. Small change or big change, vertical change or horizontal change, or whatever nature, in whatever discipline, other than drawings, means whatever drawings were agreed, approved. In addition to those, there are changes, and those are also agreed. Those changes are recorded as red lines. It may be drawings, it may be specifications, it may be something else. These red lines are approved, and then later on these are converted to as-built drawings. There can be details of various chambers, manholes, drainage, where are these located. These are not given exactly on same place on drawing, but we have done it. What's invert level, what's that, which pipe is coming in, which pipe is going out. All those are additionally were not given in your drawings. We manage them on site by agreements that can be recorded as changes or deadline and then converted to as-built or record drawings. That is important point. So these kind of changes, it may be in specifications, that can be somewhere else. So all these documents are recorded as contractor's document, because input is from contractor, not from engineer, and that input is professional. It's not just because this is done in the same way as engineer would have done, professionally, casually, and codally is done. It's part of this, comes under minor designs, you can say minor operations, because nobody wants to hold jobs for small drawings. If I have to say, if I can submit a sketch of something and it's approved and we can do on site, so that's best way, means we save our time, we contact time, because we are already professionally qualified, won't cost much, we make sketch ourselves, or this is what is done according to site clashes, and we do that. I just remember on the project in Rois, Abu Dhabi, when I was placed there, I was doing engineering technical works, and I still remember I worked on about 400 manholes chambers. I prepared those detailing myself, keeping in, because those details not clearly given on drawings. There were many clashes, and we prepared those 400 individual details, means plans, internal elevations, and all details on that. And there's a later agreed, and these were submitted as built drawings, means 4 internal sketches and plan, and like that we submitted many such, so which became later on a part of contractor's work on LMC or lump sum process though. So that is required to be done, and that is actually required to be done. You cannot run away from that. That's part of job, and this is only small. Also, This is, this is one part. Then there's another part, because as it is said, no work can be done without method statements. For all activities generally, which are common or not common, which I mean to say, engineer wants to know what you want to do. Even excavation, even blinding concrete, even structural concrete, or finishing items. All these items, though they may be repetitive, but each item requires a sense of working. Means contractor is required to give a method statement in writing, or you can say procedure in writing, which should be professional, which should contain what is this work, what is scope of this work, what's metal going to be used in that, what safety factors are going to do in that, how shall you apply this, what precautions will take, what sequence will take, and what quality inspections will there, and what shall be associates like attachments, means machines or that. Briefly, this is recorded on that, and if it is in a tabulation or something, to do that. That's called a method statement, which should be done pretty much advance and start of those activities, and so that this is means a document which is called applicable documents, specifically consider this. It doesn't cannot say that it says something. Like method statements and technical guidance, so much is so there. All method statements are required to be submitted to contractor, who places them in their technical library or wherever for future references. This point is very, very clear to be understood by everybody, that documentation and also there are revisions on documents. There are certain works on which only contractor does, because contractor has expedite activity to save time. Something is done, means something is done, it is to be recorded wherever it's done. Meetings, minutes of meetings are also recorded. Like we conduct technical meetings, technical coordination meetings, means subcontractors meeting with main contractor, and in presence of consultants or engineers. Those meetings must be recorded. So whatever contractor does, you can say, is better as much as can be projected into permanent records project. You can collect such records from your vendors also. Shop drawings, of course, shop drawings are there, then installation drawings, because operation is required, operation maintenance is required during operation of those items. So each and every point should be treated as if it is direct route for handling of those items. It is to be done. So this is brief about what I say. Means and also, there will be changes in finishes, or there will be changes in certain points, which all must be done professionally. That's where we can say that everything is on record, and if something happens in future, some evidence is required, you are paid for this, where is that document, so to speak, we did it and it's here. It's for purpose of maintenance, because that's given to engineers, I mean to say contractors, both. Engineer goes directly to the answer. That's where we lie, our activities lie. Now, if you go further on this context document, we can find, let's say, what it says now. If required, I'll speak much on that, no problem. The operation and maintenance manuals. This is also, I just talking of operation manuals, which are very important, and this applies there. If contractor is required to supply spare parts under contract, these should be detailed in specifications, which should also specify required guarantee period for these spare parts. And then training, yes, that's important point. This is important point and very high professional points. Training staff of employer, training one is, that's also important. It's a sub class 4 5 training. if works include if works include uh, if works include plant that comprises in whole or in part new or innovative technology in country or at employer's location, it is recommended that parties consider including in contract provision for training by employer in specification and or by contractor in tender. Okay, then we go to so training if works include plant and comprises in whole or in part new or innovative technology in country or at employer's location. I already taken. It's recommended that parties consider including in contract provision for training by employer in specification and or by contractors in tender of employer's personnel at location of another plant facility or at a number of other plant facilities that are similar in nature of works, and it can be done, and it is generally done for 1 month. As far as I understand, payment is made for that and complete knowledge is given to all the staff which are required to be trained. Then health and safety obligations and subclass 4.8. How much time I have? Let me say. For I don't take so much time. So this training is very important for those staff who would maintain and operate that plant in future, and they must be explained everything just like we teach students in class. Drawings must be explained to them, detailing they can understand because they are educated people also, engineer or technician level. To understand drawings and specifications, even then have to demonstrate how to approve. Our specialist come and say we can't explain to them because these are all or services related. Specialists are hired, or those people who are our vendors, they arrange for them, or specialists are called from manufacturers and they are paid for that. And to just there are many parts on a job, so electrical connections are available everywhere. So it doesn't make much difference in that. We can help them, we can do that. That training is very important because in that case each and every equipment and machine is explained by theory as well as by you can say by demonstration and by continuity of that, just like we maintain or commission project for about 1 month or 2 months in line to accepted criteria of specifications or conditions for 1 month or 2 months. We'll maintain this. We also during same period train those people. So training and maintenance both are there, and it is particularly those staff of complier are educated practically on those machines, and all facts of those are told, and if required, manufacturers' representatives also are procured for this purpose, and payment is made to those people. That happens because this is a question of machine or equipment. If it's mishandled, this results in accidents or fire, or it can stop your refinery operation. So that's very important point. Nothing is left to chance. Everything is done in concrete way, and it's duty of contractors to train all services staff, means from civil, electrical, mechanical, whoever. For example, there's a supplies of material, some specific material. So no salesperson, but even who sell handle that. So they try to just drink something and see what's going on, what's happening, and this happens. That's very important point, and we must take reasonable value on that. Actually, no light here now, and I'm really no light here. So what can I do? I don't know. Yet we'll take remaining items next time, because it's very practical talk we are making. It's done. It's not simply taught. It's done and practically done. These are equipments which are specialist items. For example, we call for some spacing shelving system, or some machine which is advanced technology, which ever costs a lot, and if not properly allowed to be taught, or some system which controls whole plant, for example SCADA or CCTV or some other solvent system. Those require exact training and demonstration by specialists who manufacture that, not even by contractors, trainers, contractors, by then contractor pays for their presence, and that's a very important one. And with this, I can say we understand what you're talking of. These are very mega contracts, not ordinary contracts, which deals with billions of dollars. Sometimes we pay for that, and food arranges for them, accommodation arranges for them, because it's not necessary on the same site you train them. You can take to some other sites, as it's said in these conditions. Some other area they are required to go, so you have to pay for that. That's also a very important point, and that happens. With this, I can say we will take it later on. I close this now. Thank you very much for this sign. I close it now. That's where, and we'll meet next time. Thanks again.